Trustee Arts?
You want me to do that?
Yeah, go ahead.
Trustees, good evening. We're going to do a quick roll call to see if we have quorum here. So we'll start now. Joseph Dawes will be calling the names of the trustees. Please respond.
Trustee Arts? Trustee Dawson? Trustee Didovitis? Trustee Earhart? Trustee Ghost? Trustee Hassan? Trustee Hastings? Trustee King? Trustee Laskin? Trustee Lee? Trustee Lolka-Rotman? Trustee McLean? Trustee Nunziata? Trustee Patel? Trustee Pei? Trustee Rajakulusingham? Trustee Rajwani? Trustee Lolka-Rotman is here. Trustee Didovitis? Trustee Shan is here. Trustee Swiskandaraja? Trustee Williams? Trustee Wong?
I'm here.
Yep, or Mr. Chair.
Trustees, I would like to call the meeting to order. I can ask all those who are able to stand for the acknowledgement of traditional lands and then followed by national anthem. We acknowledge we are hosted on the lands of the Mississaugas of the Anishinaabe, the Haudenosaunee Confederacy, and the Wendat. We also recognize the enduring presence of all First Nations, Métis, and Inuit peoples. Thank you. Thank you. So we'll now move on to approval of the agenda. Can I have a mover? Trustee Williams, can I have a seconder to approve the agenda? Trustee Nunziata? Any discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor of approving the agenda? Anyone opposed? Okay, that's carried. Thank you, trustees. Trustees, this evening we'll begin with remarks about 2 Heritage and History Months that are being celebrated this month in February at TDSP. African Heritage Black History Month, as well as Chinese Heritage Month. We would begin with Black History Month, African Heritage Month remarks by Trustee Dawson, Trustee Williams, and Trustee King.
Good evening, everyone.
I believe there's a slide presentation. Perfect. All February long, we're proud to recognize African Heritage / Black History Month at the Toronto District School Board. African Heritage Black History Month has been recognized at our board since January 2002 and was reaffirmed by trustees in 2004. In Canada's House of Commons, the Honourable MP Jean Augustine's first introduced a motion to recognize Black History Month, which took effect in February of 1996. Ontario's Black History Month Act was passed in 2016, making it formally recognized across our province ever since. Starting this September, grades 7, 8, and 10 history classrooms across the province will include mandatory learning with an emphasis on elevating Black history as Canadian history. Classes will highlight the various Black communities that emerged, developed, and contributed to the development of pre- and post-Confederation Canada. Slide 2, please. This year's TDSB theme is Lift Every Voice, which is taken from the first line of the Black National Anthem. Lift Every Voice encourages collective strength and unity among the African Black diaspora. It's a celebration of vibrant and diverse cultures, experiences, perspectives, contemporary realities, contributions, and achievements. Whether you identify as Black, African, African Caribbean, Black 2S LGBTQI+, or African Indigenous, this powerful theme invites us to acknowledge and celebrate our shared heritage, recognize our historical and ongoing struggles, and honor our achievements. Lift Every Voice also serves as a call to action, encouraging inclusivity, collaboration, and solidarity. It reminds us of the impact we can make when we raise our voices together for justice, equity, and greater good. Slide 3, please. The African Heritage Month Volunteer Planning Committee continues to organize many educational offerings for students, staff, and community members. Thank you to Trustee Williams for highlighting a few.
Thank you, Trustee Dawson. The February 21st Know Your Worth Youth Empowerment Secondary Conference began 8 years ago as a collaboration between the TDSB's African Heritage Month Volunteer Planning Committee and York University's Black Law Students Association. The March 4th Know Your Worth Conference for Educators is an opportunity for TDSB staff to attend workshops on best practices to eradicate anti-Black racism in schools and beyond. TDSB staff can find details about these two Know Your Worth events on the internal staff website. On April 3rd, the CME Black Youth Empowerment Elementary Conference invites Black identifying students in grade 5 to 8 to attend an inspiring workshop at Northview Heights Secondary School. Black Student Alliance celebration events will take place on May 1st and 2nd at Lord Dufferin Public School. These events are an opportunity to celebrate student groups across the TDSB that increase student voice, build capacity in student leadership, and are supported by a TDSB staff member. Details about these two events will be shared in the upcoming weeks and months. Slide 4, please. An African book club has been created to further staff learning and engage in lively discussions. Educators are invited to join colleagues and peers at the next meeting on February 24th at 5 p.m. Please contact Deborah Buchanan, Walford, or Gigi Shanks for more information. Slide 5, please. The TDSB hosted an African Heritage Black History Month virtual launch celebration earlier this month. A heartfelt appreciation to Chair Shan and Associate Directors Zucker and Salmon for providing inspiring remarks. The student MCs musicians and spoken word performers were an exceptional way to kick off the month. For those who missed the live stream event, a recording has been posted to the TDSB website for all to enjoy. Trustee King will now tell us about the student poster contest.
Thank you, Trustee Williams, and it was indeed an exceptional launch. Okay, so slide 6, a poster challenge invited TDSB students to enter an image that captures this year's theme, Lift Every Voice. We are pleased to share the 2 winning students from the elementary and secondary categories. The elementary winner is Anissa, a grade 8 student from Queen Alexandra Middle School. And if we can move to slide 7, thank you. And the secondary winner is Joshua, a grade 9 student from A.Y. Jackson Secondary School. Congratulations, Anissa and Joshua, and thank you to all of the students who participated. Slide 8, please. One of the proud achievements of the African Heritage Month Volunteer Planning Committee is the establishment of the Know Your Worth Scholarship. The goal is to award 3 annual scholarships to students entering a Canadian post-secondary institution. Check out the African Heritage Black History Month message on the TDSB website to learn how you can donate to the Know Your Worth Scholarship Fund. Details about how students can apply for the scholarship will be shared soon, and for additional information, you can contact the Know Your Worth co-chair, Paula McLaughlin. Slide 9, please. Additional celebrations include proverbs for morning announcements posted to the Staff Heritage Month webpage and shared daily on X. Resources are also available on the TDSB Professional Library for educator use. So all of our educators tuning in, that resource is available to you. We also invite you to please follow us on X at TDSB African HM and on Instagram at TDSB _African _HM. And finally, with slide 10, we thank you and wish everybody a wonderful African Heritage Black History Month. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we will move on to a presentation on Chinese Heritage Month, which will be done by, second, oh, the name's here, oh, here it is. I would like to invite Trustee Pei, Trustee Lee, and Trustee Wang to share remarks about Chinese Heritage Month at TDSB.
Thank you, Ms. Chair. Good evening, trustees, staff, and the public online. Chinese Heritage Month has been proudly recognized at the Toronto District School Board since February 2017, following a motion passed by the Board of Trustees. In December 2024, the Chinese Heritage Act received royal assent, proclaiming the Chinese Heritage Month will be recognized across Ontario each February. In part, the proclamation reads, "Today, Ontario is home to more than 800,000 people of Chinese origin who have made and continue to make substantial contributions to the growth and the prosperity of the province Ontario. By proclaiming the month of February Chinese Heritage Month in Ontario, the province of Ontario publicly acknowledged and affirmed the people of Chinese descent are an important part of our province." Next slide, please. This year, the TDSB celebrates the Year of Snake with a special theme, tenacious and transformative. The snake is the 6th animal in the Chinese zodiac. Common characteristics of the snake include elegant, wise, creative, intuitive, and adaptable. Next slide, please. The Lunar New Year, also known as the Spring Festival, is one of the most significant holidays of Chinese heritage. The date is determined by the traditional lunisolar Chinese calendar. And the celebration lasts 16 days. This year, the first day began on January 29th. It's a special time for family to get together, fast, and have fun. Exciting traditions, including special coronations, decorations, fireworks, and red clothing. A Lunar New Year tradition is to give family and friends a bright red envelope. It's a symbol of good wishes and luck for the year ahead. Trustee Lee will now share information about student poster contest. Thank you.
Trustee Lee, are you there? We don't see Trustee Lee. Trustee Wang, do you want to go next? Trustee Wang, you're on mute. I don't know if you're.
Thank you, Chair. Should I do the part of Trustee Lee as well, or would you?
Yeah, please do so that we can. Yeah, I don't know where.
Right. Ladies, staff, can you please put on the slide number 4, please? We are thrilled to announce the winners of our student poster contest, which invited TDSB students to creatively express the theme of tenacious and transformative. Through this contest, students explored what it means to persevere and make a lasting impact. Our kindergarten to grade 3 winner is Ava, a grade 2 student from Hillmount Public School, whose artwork captures the vibrant energy and transformative power of Chinese heritage. And let's go to slide 5. The grade 4 to 6 winner is Sheila, a grade 4 student from Claude Watson School for the Arts, whose poster beautifully reflects the elegance and creativity embodied at the Year of the Snake. Our grade 7 to 12 winner is Lin Xuan, a grade 12 student from A.Y. Jackson Secondary School, whose artwork illustrates the strength and tenacity of the Chinese community as it continues to transform society. We want to express our deepest gratitude to all the students and teachers who participated in this contest, and to congratulate the winners for their remarkable work. And now, I'm going to go on with the remarks to share the other information about the events and resources that we're celebrating Chinese Heritage Month at TDSB. So let's go to slide number 7. On February 12th, A.Y. Jackson Secondary School hosted a vibrant in-person event to celebrate Chinese Heritage Month, featuring student performances, traditional dances, music. A video of the event will soon be posted on the TDSB website for all to enjoy. We extend our heartfelt thanks to Chair Shan, Director Latouche, Associate Director Pon, and System Superintendent Dewar for their thoughtful remarks and leadership in making this event so special. A big thank you also goes to the organizing committee for their tireless dedication in creating an uplifting celebration of Chinese culture. Slide 8, please. On February 28th, we are excited to welcome Canadian author Senna Yi, who will share her books My Day with Gong Gong and Lin's Lucky Red Envelope with elementary students here at TDSB. These books, filled with cultural richness and family stories, are an excellent way to introduce young learners to the importance of family, heritage, and tradition. Details about the event will be available on the staff website for those who wish to attend. The next slide. We also encourage all TDSB educators to explore our professional library resources, which offer a wealth of information about Chinese heritage. This includes an outstanding Year of the Snake slide deck, which dives into the origins and cultural significance of the zodiac animal, along with other fascinating insights about Chinese heritage. Be sure to stay connected with the Chinese Heritage Month Committee by following at TDSB Chinese HM on X for updates and ongoing celebrations. The final slide, please. On behalf of trustees Pei, Lee, and myself, I would like to offer our heartfelt thanks to the Chinese Heritage Volunteer Committee for their incredible work in bringing Chinese culture and traditions to the forefront of TDSB celebrations. Your passion and your commitment are deeply appreciated for all. And let's continue celebrating the rich diversity, culture, and shared heritage here at TDSB. Thank you all.
Thank you, trustees, for taking us through both Black History, African Heritage Month, as well as Chinese Heritage Month. The next item on the agenda is chair's announcements, so I will present my announcements. So this board meeting is special. We have our new director for the first board meeting here, Director Clayton Latouche. Thank you very much for joining the TDSB family. We welcome you to the official first meeting as a director, first regular meeting. So as you all, it feels like he's been around for a while because there's been a lot happening in the last few weeks. So thank you for bringing your leadership into many of those things that we've been addressing over the last couple of weeks since you started. And very pleased. And we as Board of Trustees are looking forward to working together with you to serve all of our students, staff, and families and deliver the best education possible for all of our students. And we are excited that our Associate Director, Stacey Zucker, is back in her role as Associate Director for Modernization and Strategic Resource Alignment, because next few months, she will be very busy getting us the budget. and we are looking forward to having that conversation because obviously budget is more than the numbers. It's our vision as a document, and we look forward to having that process unfold in the next couple of months. And we heard about the Heritage Month, and I was fortunate to be attending a number of events last couple of months, and this month particularly. We had an amazing launch right in this room with very young master host and MCs here from schools across the GTA, from Toronto, being here and leading us through the way. And it was good to see the kind of involvement of our students, parents, guardians, caregivers, and staff coming together into these celebrations and so on. We are at halfway point in our school year, and I was fortunate through these Heritage Month and other activities being able to go to at least half of the wards in TDSB to be able to visit a school and be part of something that's happening there. And I look forward to continuing that for the rest of the months to come to make sure that I'm there at least in each ward in one way or the other at one of the schools as well. The Heritage Months are a reminder to us that we need to do more to make sure those content that we see during those months are actually reflected across the rest of the year. And one of the things that we often talk about is student leadership, student expression. We talk about parent community engagement. All of those things come very well together when we see these events unfold. And so let's keep doing more. Let's keep using these opportunities for us to learn, because every one of those opportunities I've learned something new. Moving on to something that was not such a great news that we heard a few weeks back, that when we submitted our capital projects priorities for us, that we did not get any funding from the provincial government. So we released a news release calling attention that Toronto is being left out of the provincial funding for new schools. As I stated in the release, the Ministry of Education's recent Capital Priorities Program announcement is troubling, saddening, in fact, frustrating, because we deserve better. In September 2024, 5 TDSP projects were submitted for consideration to the Ministry's Capital Priorities Program. TDSP's 5 submissions that totaled about 180 million was not funded, while the Ministry of Education allocated $1.3 billion for this program. So out of $1.3 billion, the school board, the largest school board in the province, did not get anything. And this is a board that has schools that have existed, some of them close to a century as well. So let's keep that in perspective. The 5 projects included construction of new schools in communities experiencing rapid growth, as well as existing schools requiring critical replacements. And our advocacy to highlight this issue continues, even though we've released a statement, we've done a couple of media, we need to continue to advocate for us having conducive study environment for our students to succeed. TDSP students, as you know, comprise over 11% of all students enrolled in Ontario. When the school board responsible for educating the greatest amount of Ontario students does not receive capital funding from the province, we all bear the cost. This is a good time as we go through a provincial election for all of us to remind all parties that they need to invest not only during the operational funding piece, which hopefully we'll have some discussion about, but the capital infrastructure, because we need our students to learn in a safe environment as well. So the other more positive news from another level of government is the kind of investment that we see from City of Toronto around student nutrition. I was fortunate to be at Islington Junior Middle School as well as Albion Heights Junior Middle School, both in Etobicoke from south and north, that we had Mayor Olivia Chow attend. And look at the beautiful student nutrition program that is offered in those schools, how the community comes together and you know, I always mention food is more than nutrition. It is love, it is care, that we are able to communicate to all students that they are in that space with a sense of belonging. And the student volunteers, parent guardian volunteers, caregivers coming together was good to see. So we hope that this continues, and we have $6 million additionally from the City of Toronto to boost the now from the now past 2025 City of Toronto budget, that these more schools will be able to offer those programs. And some of those things that started in January last year will actually also continue. So we want to thank the City of Toronto for that amazing contribution. Having said that, I have also talked to the mayor's office as well as the City of Toronto staff to see how well we can coordinate this relationship better to make sure that we are able to bring together mobilize local resources in these communities. One is to advocate other levels of government to pitch in more, as federal government has done, but there's more needed. But also, how do we make sure that city infrastructure and us together can mobilize local communities to increase the kind of support that is received? Talking about support for this program, I was also very pleased to be joining many trustees. I think we almost had quorum at that event when we had Toronto Education Opportunity Fund celebrate their Lunar New Year celebration and give us a very generous donation through their work for the student nutrition program. And this tradition has continued for almost as many years I've been alive. So it's good to see that tradition, and it was actually heartwarming to see all sections of our school community, our TDSP community there, whether it be support staff, parent caregivers, student leaders, and so on. So it is highly appreciated that they continue to support us through that program. On other news, I want to let you know that Trustee Liban Hassan has taken an unpaid leave of absence. He sent a letter requesting unpaid leave of absence because he is contesting in the snap election that is happening now for provincial member of provincial parliament position. So please have a look. The letter is in the blue folder, but I would like to wish him all the best as he aspires to represent at the next level of government. PIAC conference was a great success. It was held in Scarborough, 18th annual conference. The theme was school council and principals working together, stronger together. And I think that is critical for us as trustees. We know how important that relationship is, that parent councils, school councils, and principals who are at the core of our work and each of our sites are working together. And I want to thank all the volunteers from parent caregiver community that organized it. Finally, as I close, in a couple of days, we will be entering the holy month of Ramadan. As you know, TDSP students, staff, families, and community celebrate a wide range of creed and faith-related holidays. And so for Muslim communities, Ramadan is considered one of the holiest months of the year. With Ramadan beginning on the evening of Friday, February 28th, according to the notes here, I know there's still a determination. But I want to share a popular TDSP resource for schools and classrooms learning about Ramadan. This video has been created by Islamic Heritage Month Committee. The video we are about to watch was created by TDSP media specialist Erin Pallet. Last spring, Erin worked with the Islamic Heritage Month Volunteer Planning Committee and students from Thorncliffe Park Public School for an engaging and educational video about Ramadan. Let's watch this clip together. I want to thank Erin, the Islamic Heritage Month Volunteer Planning Committee, and the Thorncliffe Park students for creating this wonderful resource and sharing it for the benefit of countless TDSP students and staff. So as I conclude my remarks, we will just watch the video and wrap up my remarks. Thank you.
Welcome to TPN, Thorncliffe Park News. Our special segment today is about a very important month for the Muslim community, the month of Ramadan. Ramadan is one of the pillars of Islam. The 5 pillars of Islam are the core beliefs and practices for Muslims. They are 1. Faith, 2. Prayer, 3. Charity, 4. Fasting in the month of Ramadan, and 5. Pilgrimage.
Let's get into when Ramadan takes place. Muslims around the world use the Islamic calendar, also known as the lunar or Hijri calendar. The Islamic calendar is based on 12 lunar months. A new month begins when a new moon is sighted.
Ramadan is 29 or 30 days. It ends when we see the new crescent moon and celebrate Eid al-Fitr.
The main thing about Ramadan is that we fast all month. Fasting means we don't eat or drink during daylight hours. It's also a month of more prayer, charity, self-control, and drawing closer to Allah. Allah is Arabic for God.
Wait, what? You don't eat or drink for a whole month?
No. During Ramadan, we wake up for a pre-done meal called suhoor. We try to fuel up for the day of fasting, and there are lots of people who are excused from fasting, including kids. But lots of kids like to try fasting.
Since you've already covered suhoor, let me tell you about our evening meal called iftar. After we fast for the day, we break our fast after sunset, usually with a date.
Thanks, Samira. Hey, Yan, did you get one? Thanks, man.
Thanks, Ayan.
Thanks, Mariam.
We pray the evening prayer and enjoy our meal.
Let me show you what we do after our evening meal. A lot of us go to the mosque or stay at home to pray the long night prayer called Tarawih.
After a long month of fasting in Ramadan, we celebrate Eid al-Fitr. It is a joyous occasion that marks the end of Ramadan. We celebrate our success and hard work.
Yay! I'm the last one! The last date! It's Eid tomorrow!
We wake up early and put on our best clothes and go to the mosque for the Eid prayer.
This is my Eid dress. I'm so excited to wear it. Eid Mubarak! Muslims have to pay an obligatory donation called Zakat al-Fitr. It is given to the poor and needy, allowing them to participate in the joy of Eid.
Some families exchange gifts or give money to children called Eidi. Special treats are prepared to share with everyone, and we visit friends and relatives. We express our gratitude, joy, and are so thankful to God. What are your Ramadan resolutions?
Thank you again for everyone involved, particularly those young artists who made a great resource for us to understand the holy month of Ramadan and the Eid festival that follows. We now move on to reports from trustees appointed to external organizations and student trustees. Student trustees, would you like to start with the report? Trustee Bell and Student Trustee Bell and Student Trustee Ingsting. Oh, an Indigenous Student Trustee as well, Westra.
Good evening, everyone. So this past weekend, student trustees attended Asta ACO's Education Action Conference in Ottawa. During this conference, we got the chance to build and enhance our skills, such as public speaking, as well as learn about how they could leverage their position to drive positive change within our board. This conference was also an opportunity for student trustees to network with other student trustees within Ontario and discuss the meaningful work done within their school boards.
Thank you, Jenny. Also at the Ontario Student Trustees Association Conference, I was privileged to be selected to speak in front of my student trustee colleagues across the province, talking about the topic of equity, diversity, and inclusion within school board leadership and school boards in general.
We also wanted to mention that the campaigning period for next year's student trustees began this past Monday. And with a total of 35 candidates, the current student trustees are excited to witness the incredible enthusiasm and engagement shown by both candidates and TDSB student voters.
So good evening, everyone. I missed all your wonderful faces. I didn't get to see you guys last month. But getting on to the Student Senate, the TDSB Student Senate is working diligently to plan and organize our annual grade 9-10 leadership retreat to Monocliffs Education Center. This retreat provides grade 9 and 10 students with the opportunity to build their leadership skills, gain exposure to the work of the Student Senate, and meet other aspiring young leaders. Moving on to our LC meetings within the TDSB, the TDSB Senate has held numerous in-person LC meetings across the board, while welcoming students to speak on topics such as inclusion, the multi-year strategic plan, and the upcoming student leadership procedure, following the passage of the student leadership policy this January.
Okay. Going on to ongoing business. So I was able to join some of my adult trustees colleagues at the OPSPA Public Education Symposium, or PES. I was able to attend sessions that were targeted towards equity in education in collaboration with the Black Trustees Caucus and the Indigenous Caucus as well. And within those sessions, I was able to learn a great deal, whether that was from guest speakers or from other trustees across the province as well, within their experiences and the unique intersections that it can have within our particular school board. I was also able to attend and present at the Black Trustees Caucus meeting on February 10th, and that particular conversation regarded the pieces of the recent motion that was passed in relation to that particular piece. So it was overall a wonderful experience being able to see the adult side of the Ontario Student Trustees Association to the more so OPSPA piece. And there's a lot of similarities when it comes to the leadership across the board.
Okay, so moving on to new business. As we know, since December, I have been bringing in one person every single month. And I'd like to extend a warm welcome to this side of the corner to Sal Brennan this month, who will be attending and hopefully replacing me next term. Thank you.
Going on to media events and consultations. So I was able to attend the TUS LGBTQ+ Advisory Committee consultation, and that conversation in regards to the drafting of an upcoming motion on gender-based naming and course selections. I was also privileged to be invited for a third time to co-host the annual Black and African History Month launch. So that launch is, again, another echoing of some of the trustees that were speaking previously. We were talking about Black and African Heritage Month. The launch is always a great opportunity to be able to launch Black History Month across the month of February and virtually connect with so many different faces and young minds and voices across our school board. So it's always lovely to hop on that call and present. Yeah. And I believe that's the end of our report. Thank you very much for listening. It's always a joy to speak with you briefly and give you an update on what students are thinking and the work that we're doing as student trustees. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, student trustees. Student trustee Bal, student trustee Exing, Indigenous student trustee Vestra. Thank you very much for all your work. And thanks for representing TDSB. We are now moving on to Director's Leadership Report. Before that, any other external committees, external organization reports? Seeing none, we'll move on to our Director's first report to the board.
Thank you, Chair. Unfortunately, I can't raise a mic any more, so hopefully you can all hear me. And through you, Chair, I just want to say what a privilege it is to be attending this first regular board meeting as Director of Education. It is a real honor. And I'm grateful. Thank you. And I'm really grateful to First Trustees for the trust and the faith that you've placed in me to work with you and to support the priorities that you have set for our system moving forward over the next several years, and to really engage with the really talented senior team. And I can say that because I've seen their talent even in my very first few days, and I want to acknowledge that. But to work with an amazing system to really make good on the goals that have been set, to make sure that every student can achieve and meet with success. And so I want to state, first of all, that I know that we will face many challenges and do going forward. We're not the largest school board for nothing. And I also know that we will experience many great and fantastic successes, as you have been, over the years. I want to say who I am and where I sit. That what drives me and has always driven me and will continue to do so is what is best for students. That has always been my job one, will remain my job one. And I hope to engage with trustees and with the senior team and with the entire system in that journey of learning together to achieve the potential that exists for every single one of our 240,000 students. So before I continue, I want to acknowledge Stacy Zucker for the incredible job that she did as interim director, and thank you, yes, please. And for her grace and support in my onboarding over the last while. So I also want to just take a brief moment to acknowledge the passing of His Highness Prince Karim Aga Khan earlier this month. And not written in my statement, but I want to make sure it's understood that over time I will acknowledge incredible individuals that have contributed greatly to our world. And I recognize that in the context of the experience that we've been having over the last while, looking at strategies to address hate and racism, and how that sometimes positions one group against the other. And sometimes we lose focus on what's most important. But I want to make sure that it's understood that in my recognition of the passing of a significant figure, in no way does that demonstrate a preference of one group or religion and so forth over another, but simply the recognition of an important influence in our world. There are many important influences cutting across many diversities. So the Aga Khan is a champion of education, humanitarianism, and social development around the world. His passing is a significant moment for the Ismaili Muslim community as they grieve his loss and prepare for the transition to the next Aga Khan, his son and successor, Prince Rahim Al Husseini. We recognize that many Ismaili Muslim students, family, and staff may be engaging with religious observances and reflection during the month of transition. We extend our support to these members during this time. So I want to just take a moment now to reflect on my first week. And what I will say is I've shown up for my second week. So that's even after the week that you planned my entry. I'm not sure how many prayers went up for the huge snowstorm that put a huge decision before me on my fourth day in the role. Last week marked the first week as Director of Education, and I began my week with visits to Belmere Public School and Lester B. Pearson Collegiate Institute on Monday morning. And I will say that I was deliberate in making a point of starting my first steps in the board in a school rather than in an office. And I know how incredibly hard and how incredibly important the work of the support staff are that work across the system that are not in schools. They support the work happening in schools, but again, because student achievement and well-being, and because the focus is on kids, we need to be where kids are and make sure that that's always our driver and always our lens. And I just want to share some reflections about that visit. Those visits rather. I was impressed by the enthusiasm of the students, school leaders, and staff in both schools as they spoke about and showcased a number of initiatives in their schools, including various student clubs, innovative teaching in robotics and early literacy, and the focus on the skilled trades in the automotive and wood shops. And I'll say that student voice and school pride were on full display in each of those schools as I met and spoke with engaged students and committed staff. And let me just share a shout out as well to the school leaders in each of those schools that are so emblematic of the tremendous work that our school leaders do across the system to keep our systems and our schools running. A particular highlight at Belmere was a brief interaction with a crossing guard before entering the school. And why do I highlight this? I highlight this because every role and every individual that interacts with our students has influence on the experience of our students in our schools and our system. And I had occasion to observe such interactions as the crossing guard knew the names of students, engage them in crossing the road safely, but also in conversation with him afterwards, I observed that he knew his importance went beyond helping kids to get across the road safely. He was critical in ensuring that the students at Belmere had a safe and welcome start to their day. Every role is important. I also observed the interaction of the principal with the crossing guard and how she valued his role as a member of the school team and the school community. And why I highlight that is because relationships are important and every role is important, because for some child, that interaction may have been the most important interaction of the day, and so it mattered. I'm also grateful to the students at Belmere for providing me with a personalized book of advice written by the students that I know will serve me well as I begin this journey. One 7th grade student wrote, "Be brave and work hard." And I can assure you that I plan to be brave and I plan to work hard. One grade 3 student, if you'll permit me to read, wrote, "Dear Miss Latouche, I hope you have a great time being the boss of all the schools." My own kids don't think I'm anybody's boss. You get to help so many teachers and kids. Remember to listen to everyone and be kind. If things get tricky, don't worry, just do your best. You can help make the schools better and make everyone smile. We are all cheering for you. We would all do well to listen to that advice. On Wednesday morning, I had the opportunity to attend the Chinese Heritage Month celebration at AY Jackson, and that's been highlighted in a couple of the comments so far. As my first Heritage Month celebration and first event in the TDSB, I was wowed by the amazing performances that reflected the identities and thoughtful reflections of students and the strength of their heritage. And the dedication of the planning committee was truly appreciated. As trustees are aware, we have had some severe weather over the last week, as I indicated, and more snow than any of us would ever want to shovel for the rest of our lives, probably. But I want to highlight that I just want to acknowledge the work of our facilities team. We have an incredible facilities team across the board, and especially the work of our caretakers. And as I've said in a couple of conversations, imagine the caretakers have to shovel to get out of their driveway to come to work, to shovel 15 times through the day. sometimes to keep permits running on the weekend, and then go home and shovel again. And they do it to make sure that our operations can run well and that kids can have a welcome start to their day at school. Plans for the month and priorities going forward. I look forward to meeting the students, staff, families, and community members across the TDSB and listening to the priorities and challenges that shape the needs of our system. I look forward to leading the implementation of the multi-year strategic plan and ensure that all students belong, achieve, thrive in revitalized learning environments. In the context of our ongoing conversations as a board in the last few weeks, I want to focus for a moment on belong, on the belong pillar. The TDSB community will move forward with our responsibility to center the needs of our students with diverse backgrounds to access and thrive in public education. All of our efforts are dedicated to supporting our students, learning in safe, respectful, equitable, and inclusive environments that support the achievement of students to their full potential. And yes, this does mean that at times we need to identify targeted, intentional strategies that address disproportionalities in well-being and achievement outcomes for some specific populations. But it also means finding common ground on the fundamental values to which we can all commit. As we consider a return to the concept of one unified strategy against racism and hate, in alignment with the federal government's document released in September 2024, Canada's Action Plan in Combating Hate, we will ensure that this strategy will be a community-led and TDSB staff-facilitated initiative. We know there is a need for representation, professional development and resources, and inclusion of all students will also have specific elements that are unique to some communities. I appreciate the engagement of trustees and all TDSB members as we move forward with these important conversations about the well-being of the students that we must all commit to centering, all students. I continue on the theme of safety, drawing to a close, Mr. Chair. I continue on the theme of safety, well-being, and belonging. I would be remiss if I did not commend superintendents, administrators, and staff in schools, as well as system mental health teams for the care that they have taken in responding to certain challenging matters that have impacted a few of our schools. Our students face a lot of challenges, and our schools really matter. The work that we do in our schools and our system really matters. And when these students face these hard situations, I can tell you that it's reassuring to principals that I've spoken to over the last while to know that the system has their back and will be there as they lead the charge in supporting the students that are in their charge. And moving to a positive note, I want to share some exciting news. Earlier this month, Lawrence Park Collegiate Institute was proud to announce its steps toward becoming the first TDSB school to join the United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization, or UNESCO, Associated Schools Network. This initiative is being led by the Lawrence Park Head of Social Science and Canadian World Studies, Sheridan Hay. The UNESCO Associated Schools Network connects nearly 10,000 schools across 181 countries to promote peace, global citizenship, sustainability, and intercultural learning. Member schools uphold UNESCO's ideals of human rights, equality, democracy, diversity, and international solidarity through meaningful, action-oriented initiatives. This designation demonstrates the work that Lawrence Park students and staff are doing, and it demonstrates the international caliber of educational excellence, meaningful equity, and strong leadership that is happening across TDSB schools. Congratulations to the students at Lawrence Park on this incredible initiative. which is only one example of the excellence across the system. And finally, with almost 45.4 million square feet of building space across 607 properties in our school board, including 579 schools, sitting on more than 5,000 acres of land, TDSB serves almost 240 students. This is through the incredible work of almost 42,000 staff. My goal as director is to work with the board team to build a culture where Canada's largest school board can feel like it is the smallest. I'm reminded of the theme song from an old TV show, Cheers, and no, I'm not promoting drinking. You want to be where everybody knows your name. We want to make sure that each of our students and staff members feels seen, heard, known, and understood, where each person feels and knows that they matter and belong. That is the endeavor to which we're all committed. Thank you, Mr. Chair. This concludes my leadership report.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Now that's a lot of expectation to surpass this speech for the next one. So you set the bar high for your presentations now. So thank you very much, Director, for your remarks. We are now moving on to, before we move on to matters to be decided with our discussions, let's see if there's any declaration of possible conflict of interest from any trustees. Okay. Seeing no declaration of possible conflict of interest, we'll move on to matters to be decided with our discussion. Trustees, there are a number of items that have been pulled out of the agenda, consent agenda. So I will mention the ones that that are on consent. So number 13 is on consent. On number 14, 14.1, number 3 and 4 are on consent agenda. Number 14.2, number 3 is on consent agenda. On number 14.3, everything from 2 to 6 except 1 is on consent agenda. Sorry. Yes. Yeah, sorry. And also number 5. Sorry. So 14.3, 1 and 5 are off consent. 2 to 6, 2, 3, 4, and 6 are on consent agenda. And then number 14.4, everything except 5, if I'm right. Yeah, everything except 5 is on consent agenda. So, so that's the matters to be decided with our discussion. Can I have a mover and a seconder? Trustee Laskin, Trustee Williams, all those in favor? Anyone opposed? Okay, that's carried. Thank you, trustees. So now we have a number of items that have been pulled out of consent. So we'll go one by one. We will move on to 14.1, which is from the Governance and Policy Committee, GPC, from January 27, 2025. The first item on that's been pulled out is P100, Review of Student Interest Program, Phase 1, and Proposed Options for admissions and application requirements and seating priorities. So I'd like to pass it to the director to introduce the staff who might need to speak on this item.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And through you, I'll call on Associate Director Luis Frisco and Assistant Superintendent, Executive Superintendent Diana.
Thank you, Chair. It is our pleasure to once again showcase Policy 100. Trustees who were present at GPC heard this presentation. Please indulge us as we share it again for the benefit of all of the board as well as all of senior staff who are present this evening. It is our opportunity to showcase the very thorough past consultation method of P100, what is going to happen going forward, as well as an understanding, building a shared understanding of why Policy 100 began in the first place and what we heard from consultations. So with no further ado, I'm going to ask Superintendent Diana Pangiotopoulos to walk us through, and as well centrally assigned Principal Reiko Fuentes. Thank you, Diana.
Thank you, and through the chair. Good evening, trustees. This evening, we will have a presentation again that will provide an overview of the historical background of Policy 100, our current policies, and how they align with our multi-year strategic plan and the challenges experienced by students prior to the implementation of Policy 100. We'll discuss the development of Policy 100, the research, the development of the draft student interest program policy for public consultation, and the next steps for your consideration as we hold a 2025 public consultation plan. Next slide, please. Over time, there are two key factors that influence secondary schools that I'd like to mention today. One is a decline of our student population of secondary school students and the amalgamation of the boards. School staff and trustees have addressed these factors over several years, and one of the key ways that they did this was using specialized programs and optional attendance to attract students during times of declining enrollment. This resulted in an increase of schools of choice, which negatively impacted the student population in surrounding schools. So smaller school populations led to a narrower selection of courses and programs. It also, of course, impacted extracurricular activities, including clubs and athletics. Next slide, please. The work of reviewing this policy and developing the new out-of-area admissions policy, Policy 13, and the student interest policy, Policy 100, was guided by several documents and sets of recommendations. They're on the screen in front of you. The Enhancing Equity Task Force asked for the board to examine practices that resulted in inequitable access to specialized programs. They examined ways to improve access to resources and supports so that schools could offer a variety of specialized programs to all students. And they also reviewed the impact of the optional attendance policy at the time in terms of barriers, also in terms of accessing programs. It was outlined at the time that there would be a review of policies and procedures with an anti-oppressive approach to understand how our policies may be inadvertently creating barriers and perpetuating outcomes that we are dedicated to challenging and changing. Admission criteria to some of these programs and schools were not necessarily responsive to the wide range of talents and skills that our students have across the city. And this resulted in some schools, in some students being excluded from these programs. A criteria that was used to judge the impact of the MYSP is really an increase of our underserved students in these programs. And it is under this umbrella of our secondary policy review that we look at how these are connected. We want to create strong neighborhood schools that provide rich programming and increase access to courses that support all of our pathways. Next slide, please. And of course, we always come back to our multi-year strategic plan. It is this work of the trustees that we so appreciated when they passed the multi-year strategic plan a year ago, outlining our strategic directions, which are on the screen in front of you. Equity is a guiding principle, foundational to all of our TDSB work, embedded in all of our strategic directions. In addition, our commitment to the implementation of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission of Canada's calls to action, and through the TRC, our commitment to UNDRIP. Next slide, please. Thank you. The TDSB's equity policy, Policy 37, has an objective to ensure fairness, equity, diversity, acceptance, and inclusion. It's meant to eliminate all forms of discrimination. These are vital principles in the TDSB, and they're integrated into all of our policies, procedures, programs, operations, and our practices, as can be seen through the MYSP. Next slide, please. It is through our equity policy that the trustees and staff recognize that equity of opportunity, equity of access to student programs, student services, resources are critical to the achievement of our students. Next slide, please. The policy also acknowledges that there are individual and systemic biases, oppression and discrimination within the system, and that we must take focused, explicit, persistent, determined actions to identify, challenge, and address these. Trustees and staff, through the policy, recognize that inequitable treatment has led and continues to lead to educational, social, and career outcomes that do not reflect the abilities, experiences, contributions, and the potential of our students. Next slide, thank you. The policy holds that the principles of anti-oppression, anti-racism, non-discrimination, equity, and inclusion, they are addressed by creating essential conditions responding to individual needs, respecting individuals' identities, and the intersectionality of multiple identities. In other words, not everybody's treated the same way. We address the needs by providing accommodations and interventions. Next slide. Finally, TDSB's equity policy requires trustees and staff to identify and eliminate barriers. The policy states that biases and barriers, whether individual, systemic, or intersecting, must be removed. In other words, students must receive equitable support through their elimination so they do not experience bias and barriers that limit their equal access, their participation, and their outcomes. We want all students to achieve their full potential. Pre-Policy 100. We recognize that before Policy 100 was implemented, that schools ran their own admissions policies, and these also resulted in barriers. In what barriers specifically? Promoting programs to schools of choice, looking to draw in students from other schools, and excluding other students based on application fees, entrance examinations that contain content well beyond the grade 8 program as defined by the Ministry of Education. Those students with access to tutoring and other preparations were able to achieve in ways that other students could not. IEP accommodations that were not provided on entrance exams, auditions, or portfolios. Next slide, please. Recognizing that audition materials did not reflect student identities, that we required report cards, letters of recommendation, very difficult for students who are newcomers, for students who change schools, and where there is even a lack of teacher stability over the course of the year. We have heard from students for years that they must see themselves reflected in classrooms and programs. They have told us this over and over again. Next slide. That you're already ahead. Thank you. We know from the data who was able to gain access to what was known as specialized programs policy to 100, prior to policy 100, and who was excluded from these programs. Our own admission and selection practices created these barriers. And they created these barriers to many capable, passionate, talented, and very deserving students. The policy was centered on improving access to specialized programs based on student interests. The intent is to offer a range of programs and opportunities and experiences and eventually outcomes that are equitable for all of our students. Next slide. This slide shows us the data that you have seen before, and I'm going to highlight a few things. We see that our First Nations, Métis, and Inuit students were less than 1% in all of our programs. And of course, we recognize here the importance of self-identification. We see that our Black students, who are about 12% of our overall student population, were only between 4 and 6% in all programs, except for the elite and exceptional athlete programs, now renamed high performing athletes. And they only, in fact, were making up 8% of the population. Our Latino, and Latinx students, who are 2% of the population in these programs, are not equitably represented, and neither, except for the arts, and neither are our Middle Eastern students, who are 6% of the overall student population, yet only 2 to 3% in the specialized programs. Next slide. The data also shows us which student populations were more likely to attend specialized programs. We see that East Asian students, who made up 12% of the overall student population, had 21% in cyber arts, 18% in our math, science, tech programs, 26% in IB programs. Yet they only accounted for 6% in arts and 3% in, again, the elite exceptional athlete programs, as they were known. Our South Asian students, who made up 23% of the overall enrollment in TDSB schools, had 35% enrollment in MST and 40% in IB programs. Underrepresented, however, in the arts at 5%, cyber at 9%, and 6% in elite and exceptional athlete programs. And our Southeast Asian students, who are 4% of the overall TDSB student population, were 5% in cyber, represented in MST at 4%, which would be expected, and underrepresented in the arts, IB, and elite exceptional athletes programs. Finally, whites, who make up approximately 29% of our overall student enrollment, represent 55% of our students in the arts, 36% in cyber, 63% in our elite exceptional athletes programs. Yet they are underrepresented in math, science, and tech programs at 25%, and in IB, where they make up 16% of the population. When looking at the estimated family income by postal code for TDSB students, 38% of all of our students in the centralized programs, formerly known as specialized programs, come from the top 3 deciles of incomes. This disproportionality is especially noticed in the secondary specialized schools in the arts, where 40% of all students in the top 3 deciles, and it's disproportionately 8 to 10% greater than the TDSB overall. I'm now going to turn it over to assigned principal, Rico Fuentes.
Thank you. I'm going to speak briefly about the policy development process that was followed in 2021 when the Student Interest Program policy was first written. In PR 501, the Policy Development and Management Procedure, consultation is defined as a two-way communication process between the board and external participants, including students, their parents and guardians, school councils, advisory committees, community members, different levels of government, service agencies, professional organizations, and union partners. The objective of consultation is to gather public input regarding options, alternative courses of action, and/or directions to help inform decision-making. Next slide, please. External consultations played a key role in the process. There are numerous purposes to the consultation as shown on the screen, but I'd like to draw particular attention to the last few nuggets in particular. To engage those voices traditionally marginalized or silenced, to identify unintended effects for members of disenfranchised groups and communities, and to understand the impact on equity of opportunity, access, and outcomes, and to balance contrasting perspectives. In a public consultation, there are some participants with high degrees of agency who will have no trouble advocating and voicing opinion and input. Very intentional work was done to hear the voices of those who might not come to delegate or to speak at a larger webinar or public meeting. Next slide, please. So our public consultation ran from November the 1st to December the 17th in 2021. It consisted of outreach communication to all TDSB families and staff from grade 4 and up. There was an invitation to participate in the public consultation process, either by participating in the survey or attending and participating in one of the 3 online webinars. There were reminders to register and participate in the virtual webinar consultation meetings, and also reminders sent to complete and participate in the Qualtrics survey. We should note that the invitation that was drafted and sent out was also translated into 20 languages, and each of these invitations were posted on the public website, and folks were referred to the website to find the invitation that might better suit their needs. Next slide, please. When there was no email address associated with a particular student in the TDSB, phone call invitations were made through the school messenger system, again, to make sure that we were reaching out to those who maybe were not having the same kind of access to technology as others. We had ongoing promotion on social media, the banner on the homepage, printed flyers that were posted in every Toronto Public Library. We gathered small format virtual gatherings, and again, this was in the late fall and the early winter of 2021. So they were virtual gatherings, and these were run in coordination with the community engagement workers, working with the model school for inner city, and working with some of their community members, sharing information to make sure that there was a greater awareness about the program opportunities, and eliciting feedback and hearing their voices about their experiences and their knowledge or their lack of knowledge about these programs. These were informative, small, intimate gatherings where people were able to speak their experiences in a safe environment. Next slide, please. The survey, as I mentioned, not only was it available online from the policy consultation website and from the secondary program review website, hard copies were also produced. We had a single sheet PDF version that were sent to every school, and families and parents, guardians, and caregivers were made aware that they could access a paper copy and return a hard copy rather than using the one that was available online. 7,800 community members accessed that survey. Not all participants completed all sections of the survey, but we know that we had representation from all areas of the board and the 4 learning centers at the time. And we also heard from parents, students, teachers, principals, trustees, and other staff, 3,688 completing the entire survey. Next slide, please. Adding some of the specific questions that were included in the survey. One question asked, what should we consider when building admissions processes and criteria for board-wide specialized programs? And again, there was varied feedback that came from those 3,688 participants in the survey. Additionally, we asked through TDSB program data, consultation with TDSB community advisory committees, students, families, and researching best practices, barriers of access to TDSB specialized schools and programs have been identified. And some of those barriers and practices were included in the survey. And what we asked was, please use the space provided to include any feedback on the barriers of access that still exist and that should be addressed. And again, here, a wide variety of responses came from the participants in the survey. Next slide, please. We had a pre-consultation meeting with all of the CAC representatives. We met with our student trustees. The Student Senate was not sitting at the time. We did a follow-up consultation meeting with the CAC groups. We had the 3 public webinar consultation meetings that were held for the public. We had just under 1,900 registered participants. We had interpreters that were requested and provided in more than 15 languages for the 3 sessions. 2 were held in the evening, 1 was held during the day. Next slide, please. The Specialized Schools and Program Policy website that housed most of our information during this time was visited more than 25,000 times during the 6-week public consultation. And the Policy Review website was visited nearly 4,000 times during the same period. And this engagement data, along with updates around the survey completions, were shared with trustees on a regular basis during and after the public consultation. Next slide, please. Now I'd like to turn it over to Dr. David Cameron.
Thank you, Reiko. Good evening, everyone. Good to see everybody here. We did a scan as part of the work. It's fitting, and it's fitting that Executive Superintendent Pangiotopoulos talked a little bit about or went into details around the principles of equity, the principles of equity of opportunity, the idea about disproportionality and disparities of opportunity, as it pertains to the Central Student Interest Program, and also the details around the disproportionate numbers when we looked at demographics, both in income and race, as it pertained to that before we moved the policy into a central school student interest program. When we looked at the literature review, we explored the United States, the United Kingdom, England specifically. We looked at a few jurisdictions in Canada. South America, we looked at Chile, and in the United States, we specifically focused on Philadelphia, Chicago, and New York City. areas. Each of these jurisdictions struggled with their philosophy of equity, their approaches to equity, and their approaches to parental choice and to providing special interest or specialized programming, which was very popular in the community, and also it's important in terms of latter secondary school as students move into grade 9, 10, into grade 11 and 12. Specialization becomes far more important as they for their next moves into post-secondary education. They struggled with it. They're generally speaking, the jurisdictions were trying to, when they saw disparities, and they did see any time that the secondary schools had a skill-based admissions process, there were disparities that were divisive around racial lines and economic lines, as you can see in our data as well. Anytime that the schools were in charge of this admissions process, it was highly even more problematic in terms of equity of opportunity. New York City is really struggling with this, with a huge jurisdiction. It's the biggest jurisdiction in the United States, but 70% of the students are racialized, Latinx, Latino, or Black students, and they're far underrepresented in the elite high schools programs that they have for their skills-based and admissions processes. So when you look at the lottery, though, lotteries themselves are very unpopular for parents. Some of the jurisdictions that we looked at had problems keeping students and families in their system when they went to a lottery. But in terms of fairness and in terms of bringing seats, spreading seats that are limited in access, distributing seats or opportunities for these programs, they're very effective tools in terms of that. And you can see that in our data as well, what we presented to GPC and previously in terms of that work. The OECD is a really interesting organization to look at because it's involved 78 countries. Canada is one of them. They provide tests in literacy, science, and mathematics. But they also explore jurisdictional access, equity, and excellence. And they look at different policy groups and what's going on in terms of that. Canada, in general, scores very high in terms of equity and excellence. Next slide. In the OECD data, they talk about approaches to this problem of choice, lotteries, specialized interest programs, equity of opportunity. And in that information, they look at the 78 countries. They have a few recommendations. The top three there, I think, are really relevant for our work. One is that parental choice is an important component in public education, and flexibility and choice is also an important component, which but should be considered against any kind of skill-based admissions process, and especially school-led admissions tends to gatekeep and tends to create disparities in terms of chance and opportunity for students in these jurisdictions. And finally, to continually monitor and watch and try to do what can be done in terms of policy work in response to underrepresentation and disparities of outcome. The data, next slide, please. So this data is post data. It's only 1 year of information. It's not trend information, but in 1 year you can see the difference in the policy work. What you want to focus on in the information is the CSIP grade 9. The green band up top was the first cohort that had the opportunity to apply and that had protected seats in a lottery-based program, with interest being the driving directive in terms of participation. And you can see at the bottom, TDSB's totals gives you the proportions that you're looking at in terms of representation. The grades 10 to 12 are grades where the cohorts didn't, the application process was skill-based application process. So you can see the differences in disparity for, if you look at our Black students as an example, the 10 to 12 group was 7% of the grades 10 to 12 group identify as Black compared to our grade 9 group that came through at 12%, much closer to the 14% for the board. Now, you can also see in that data that our students identify as white have declined disproportionately to from 45% to 36%. So roughly speaking, representative of the whole board. So you can see that, and also the East Asian students have declined from 24% to 18% in terms of the grade 9 proportions. Now, with more years to monitor this, we would hope to see some trends going to representation, which is what the intent of this change was. Next slide. This one is, although we didn't select for income, you can see income disparities, especially if you look at, so on the bottom, you can't really see the bottom because of the transcription. Sorry about that. But low income's on your right and high income's on your far left and middle income's in the middle. So it's tertile data about income. And what you're looking at is the blue bar graph is grades 10 to 12. Again, that's the program when it was a skill-based admissions process. The orange is the TDSP as a whole, and you can see it's divided into thirds by postal code income. And the gray is the grade 9s, the new cohort that had the lottery system in the centralized admissions process. And you can see the change is significant between the high and the low income in relation to the difference between the blue graph towards the orange graph and the gray graph. So as an example, 22% of the 10 to 12 cohort were low income compared to 33%, which is the gray, which is much closer to the orange bar in terms of representation. So you're seeing income diversity as well in the program. So the signs are early, but they're very good in terms of what the program was trying to do.
In January, we came to Governance and Policy Committee seeking trustee input on the draft of a policy that the consultation would be centered around. Next slide, please. And really at the heart of the discussion when we talk about P100, the Student Interest Program policy, are two central factors, talking about the admissions and the applications process. So what our student applicants are required to do and what will be considered and how will it be judged. And the other aspect has to do with seatings and priorities. How are spots in our programs allocated relative to our applicants and the admissions criteria that we have set out. Next slide, please. And so really there is a continuum of ways that we can approach admissions and applications. So we can just keep pushing next slide to have all the nuggets. So we have the beginning point where P100 currently stands. We could look to shift the expression of interest again and have a benchmark or a criteria. We could be moving towards ability-based criteria. So again, auditions, exams, or portfolios, or we could revert to the evaluated as opposed to benchmarked ability-based criteria. And it's important to recognize that the alignment with the TDSB's equity policy, our strategic directions, and the board's equity focus guiding principles decreases with each step along the continuum. Next slide, please. The same then can be said when we look at how we approach possible ways of seating and setting priorities for our applicants. Again, we have the current model in P100 where we have the seating of applicants who are First Nations, Métis, and Inuit, and then we have the prioritization of underserved groups, and we have also 50% of seats for female identifying applicants in math, science, and technology. We could shift and only prioritize First Nation, Métis, and Inuit applicants and then move to a random selection process. We could only have a random selection process. Or we could be working on the evaluated applications and admissions based on that evaluated work. And again, the alignment with our policies and our practices and our beliefs decreases with each step along this continuum. Next slide, please. So the current practices that are outlined in P100, again, we have talked about the expression of interest created by the applicant and verified for completeness as the benchmark, and seating and priorities have been outlined, again, where we prioritize and seat our First Nation, Métis, and Inuit applicants at the entry grade that is guaranteed. And then our underserved groups and female identifying applicants are prioritized, and then the remainder of seats are filled by a random selection process. Next slide, please. In the former policy that oversaw specialized programs, which was the optional attendance policy, admissions and application students were selected subject to meeting required admissions criteria that were set by individual schools. And often this included, but not always included, as we've mentioned, ability-based criteria, including auditions, exams, interviews, and portfolios. In some cases, part of the criteria might be to have one of the top 60 scores on an entrance exam, and we're going to make 60 offers. The seating and priorities as outlined in the policy, if more students meet the criteria than there are spaces available, students will be admitted by a lottery. But you can see that if your criteria is to have a score in the top 60, you have the exact number of eligible candidates as you do seats available. Next slide, please. So again, the actual practices under the former policy P013, the ability-based criteria were evaluated and admissions were based on the evaluation of those criteria. And again, some of the challenges were that schools did not communicate their criteria benchmarks. Only students who met benchmarks were considered. There was no oversight of the criteria benchmarks, and there wasn't consistency between the schools with similar programs, nor was there necessarily consistency over time. And the admissions were based in our seating based on the applications themselves. And this was controlled and mandated by each individual school using their own criteria. And that criteria was not always transparently shared with the public. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, we came to GPC on January the 27th to gather feedback from trustees regarding admissions and applications and the seating and priorities. And we also received feedback regarding the consultation process. Next slide, please. At that meeting, what we heard is that feedback should be sought regarding the mandate of central student interest programs, an examination of the tension between ability-based admissions and interest-based admissions, recognizing the systemic barriers faced by some. Educator experience and input was recommended as a part of this. The role that priority seats should play in the future should be one element to be considered as part of that public consultation. And it was also important to note that it was stated that the consultation must set conditions for safe sharing. Next slide, please. Our next steps. We're coming back. April the 23rd, we will be returning to government and policy with a draft policy that the public consultation will be centered around and will be brought for your consideration at GPC, and if approved, will go to the Board of Trustees in May 2025 for approval. Next slide, please. The revised policy will be posted on the website. We will also bring more details to GPC and the board around the details of the consultation plan. You have the work plan as part of our approved package from GPC, but more detail will be provided in the follow-up meetings. And again, the public consultation must include some of the basic requirements, so the community advisory committees, the student senate, and a survey. Next slide, please. But it will also include continued work with our community engagement workers, a larger number of public meetings, both in person and virtual, in-person meetings with students in schools across the system, virtual meeting for our school council representatives who are interested in participating and sharing voice, and also a virtual meeting for school staff and system staff. Next slide, please. So in summary, as with all policy reviews, the TDSB is committed to an open, fulsome, and accessible public consultation process for P100. This process must be centered around the draft policy, as I've just mentioned, and the draft policy must be compliant with the policy framework, the equity policy, and other applicable board policies. That concludes our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, staff, for the presentation. I have two trustees on the list so far, Trustee McLean and Trustee Laskin, and then.
Thank you, and through the chair. Excuse me. This is brilliant programming, and it's great that we have so many students that are interested in the programming. And it's great that we're in a position to offer so many great choices. But this always gets to be a challenge of demand versus supply. So well, first I'd like to say I was pleased to see the data, and I have a request of Dr. Cameron. In future, when we get the data, would it also be possible to see the breakdown of those who not only get into the program successfully, but the breakdown of everyone who's applying, so that we can actually see how big an effect this is having, because the lottery might skew some of the data a little bit. So it might be helpful to see who's applying. I think I'm always struck with this because there's always a big debate about how we structure who gets the limited asset and who gets left out. And I'm always more interested in how do we create more of that which is clearly sought after. So I want to congratulate the team for the efforts to grow the program. And to that end, my question's about, can you share how the program, how more program offerings have been happening and in the short and long term, how we continue to plan to grow the number of spaces available, which will ultimately reduce the amount of students that are disappointed that they don't get to chase these particular avenues of academic excellence. And I'm also interested in what we're doing about bringing these program options closer to all our neighborhoods and all our collegiates throughout the board.
Thank you, through the chair. Over the 3-year application cycle that we have gone through so far, from our starting point, we have initiated new math, science, and technology programs, being keenly aware of their geographic proximity to areas that had been underserved, to make sure that students had the opportunity to access programs closer to their homes. Some of these programs in starting up brought in one cohort of students, so roughly 27 students a year. Others were able to support 2 cohorts, so 54 students at their entry grade of grade 9. These programs are now in their second year, bringing in students through the application cycle and establishing themselves. And we've seen growth and popularity of these programs. Additionally, we have been able to support the creation of 2 new arts programs, one in the east at Woburn Collegiate and one in the west at Westview Centennial, supporting the facilities and the technology that's required to support the dynamic arts programming that was already in existence at the schools, and making these opportunities available to a wider, broader community of learners who are engaged in the arts in those areas of the city where arts programming and our central student interest programs was quite a distance away. So bringing the programming, again, focusing on schools that had strong arts programming already, and growing those programs to a broader audience, if you will. While they are not central student interest programs, they were part of our original data talking about the former elite athlete programs, now the high performing athlete programs, which is a program of great interest to student athletes across the city. We have opened 2 new locations for elementary high performing athlete programs and 1 new secondary program, 1 pair of these particularly in the east where no programming was available. So again, to look to support student athletes who are competing at high levels outside of school, so training and competing at a provincial or a national level, who require a modified day. So we are trying to offer a greater breadth and depth of programming, while they are not student interest programs themselves. Again, trying to create more opportunities where we know that the programs that existed before were being filled with the interested applicants, and trying to have geographic considerations. And in addition to that, these sites, we also had considerations for the accessibility needs, looking for sites that would be accessible. The 2 sites in the east at Military Trail and West Hill Collegiate are in very close proximity to the Pan Am Centre, where many of Canada and Ontario's para-athletes are training. So looking to try to develop partnerships to provide programming in accessible sites in the TDSB. Oh, and I'm also being prompted, we should good tag team. While they also are not central student interest programs, we have been supporting the growth of local math, science, and technology programs. And it should be said that every secondary school within the TDSB offers the courses that are needed for a student to go on to post-secondary studies in math and science. The degree of technology that is offered may differ from facility to facility, but every school offers biology taught by a biology specialist, chemistry taught by a chemistry specialist, physics taught by a physics specialist, senior math taught by a senior math qualified and specialist teacher. So working to help develop confidence in the math science programming that's offered in every school, and 12 particular local math science technology programs that are really showcasing and highlighting the strong programming that's available to students who choose to attend their local designated school by address. Thank you.
And just to follow up, if I may, through you, Chair, if the moratorium on school closures had been lifted and we had been able to execute the secondary school review and the plans around targeted collegiates in the vicinity of 11 or 1,200 students, would we be in a better position to deliver more of this programming closer to home for more of our students in the TDSB?
Through the chair, yes. If we had schools with larger sizes, as you've just mentioned, we would have better breadth and depth of programming. We would have a greater number of extracurricular activities tied to the arts, math, science, technology, athletics, and other programs, simply because of the mass of students and the staff complement that would be available in every school. So the inability to consolidate school sites and to continue to run schools of less than 500 in some cases students presents programming challenges. And I think that if we were able, as you have so eloquently said, been able to look at school closures and go through with the plans of secondary program review to, again, come with schools with that ideal number of around 1,000 students, there would be stronger programming available close to each and every student in the TDSB. We would have our staff who have qualifications in, let's say, technology, who are spread far and thin across the system, being able to offer richer and broader programming in each of the schools, and the same can be said for the arts as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee McLean. Trustee Laskin.
Thank you very much. Through you, Mr. Chair, to staff. I'm really glad that you mentioned that there's excellence in local high schools too, because I think that point gets lost. And I think, to my colleague's point, if we could consolidate high schools so there was a critical mass there to have the appropriate programming in each and every one of our high schools, I don't think families would be necessarily seeking to leave their geography for a specialized program. Because I know I certainly have the privilege of representing high schools that may not be considered specialized high schools, but their excellent art, math, science programs are second to none. And I really think there should be a statement about that, front and center, because sometimes I think it seems like our messaging is, unless you go to one of these centralized special programs, you do not get the education that's required if you're interested to continue on to post-secondary. So that's my first thought about some sort of statement within the body of the policy. And I think it's important to mention about the moratorium and about the critical mass and what that told us and how we continue to hope for that kind of system. As we support the special interest programs, we also support each and every one of our secondary schools. The second point is targeting middle schools, because I really think that more effort needs to be to educate parents and caregivers and guardians of kids in grades kind of 5 and 6 about what's available in secondary schools. I think waiting until grade 8 transition is far too late people have their minds made up, and oftentimes it's not necessarily based on reality. It's based on potentially what they heard or what a neighbor said. So I really would love to see some more targeted conversations, especially in the field of skilled trades, where there's a dearth of, where there's an abundance of opportunity and a dearth of skilled labor as a viable option. It's not just, college or university. And then my last point is, and I raised this during the committee, I'm really interested in examining more 9, 10 general and more 11 and 12 specialized. Because I really think that when, 13 and 14-year-olds are choosing career paths, especially that they're interested in it. I think it's great to try it out, but I think as they try it out for a couple of years, I think the opportunity should really expand in terms of specialty for grades 11 and 12. So I'm wondering if that kind of thought could be provided so it balances opportunity for all. And then once you're in the programs, if you find you're really excelling and you need more opportunity, that's also provided to you within the school, not saying that you have to switch schools for 9 and 10 versus 11 and 12. But I think it would be interesting to think about some more creative solutions to bridge the gap between highly specialized, motivated, and kids that are really keen and interested, and how to kind of bridge that. And then the last thing I'd like to say is staff decided on the quotas. That wasn't a board decision, the percentages of each one. And I'm reflecting on that question being provided as part of the consultation. I support opportunity for all. I'm just not sure if we have the math right. So potentially that could be a consideration. Thank you very much. I'm really looking forward to the next report.
Thank you, Trustee Laskin, Trustee Pei, and then Trustee Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My first question would be, the research in the report presented to us notes that globally, some jurisdictions had implemented lottery within the admission process to address equity priorities, but have things shifted back to skill-based criteria. So my question through your chair, so who are those jurisdictions? Why is it shift back to skill-based admission policy? Thank you.
New York City did at one point, and they have an admission test that's very famous, and they were exploring different opportunities because it was the opportunities were so disproportionate, and they gave that up at a certain time because it was incredibly unpopular with parents in terms of the lottery systems. Generally speaking, when you have scarcity of seats and jurisdictions try to build opportunity or get diversity of opportunity, and they go to a lottery system, you get parents. It's not a very popular move politically. So there was another school district in New York that had started to lose parent groups because of that. There was a lot of capital flight out of the system. So it goes back and forth. However, there's a variety of factors involved in this, so it's not always choice. Sometimes, like in England, there's these schools that are they're provisionally grammar schools. They're schools that are can control their admissions process, and they tend to when school-based when schools are allowed to control their admissions process, they tend to create disparities in terms of the work. So one of the ways through that, in terms of the jurisdictions, they often centralize admissions processes to try to control for that, and that's what the OECD was suggesting is a good idea. So it's a back and forth with this. There's not a school. Chicago has struggled with a blended model. Peel School District is struggling with a blended model right now that's not showing the same kind of results in terms of opportunity. A blended model being setting up as Reiko mentioned, setting up a skill-based admissions process first, and then protecting as a gate, and then opening up seats and protecting seats for only students who have made it through an admissions process. But that hasn't actually had much success in Chicago, and it hasn't had much success in Peel. So the jurisdictions struggle with this particular issue. It's a really good question.
Okay, my follow-up question, through Mr. Chair. If we already notified other jurisdictions have struggled with the policy, so why we will try to push this policy forward without doing adequate research?
Thank you. And through the chair, before the Board of Trustees is a recommendation from the GPC committee to approve the work plan. The work plan is representing a consultation with the public to probe some of the themes that were identified in the presentation so that we can hear from the public some areas of success, of concern, so that we can be responsive and bring back to trustees a refined policy, perhaps, for trustee consideration and approval. Thank you.
Okay, assume, Mr. Chair, if I remember correctly, in last consultation, especially for those surveys, which is completed by 3,688 parents, students, and staff, there's no single word of lottery in that survey. Am I correct?
Thank you. And through the chair, I'll begin and looking to my colleagues if I miss any points of conversation. I believe through the chair to Trustee Pei, this was part of our conversation at GPC. And I'd like to quote a document that was published at GPC on February the 9th in 2021. It is a summary of the consultation, and from this summary that I'll read, what you'll infer is that part of the conversations with the focus groups, the consideration of lottery was discussed and made, the reference was made public in this report. I quote, "No conclusion can be made on admission criteria based on the feedback to date. Many respondents commented that the application to specialized schools and programs should include some form of merit-based criteria, while others believe that looking at the best fit for the student and their interests should come first. There was also no clear direction on the use of a lottery for admissions. However, if a lottery is to be used, respondents agreed that it should be made public." Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Through Mr. Chair. My next question would be to the Director of Application. What's the board position on meritocracy and equity? Do we think meritocracy cannot coexist with equity? Or equity is override meritocracy? What's the board position? Thank you.
Thank you, and through you, Chair, to apologies, getting used to new procedures. Thank you, Trustee Pei, and through you, Chair. The board's position is articulated, Trustee Pei, in the board's policy, the board's equity policy, and that is the policy that staff are required to follow.
Sorry, through Madam Chair, I didn't get a clear answer here. I'm asking, does the board pro meritocracy, same time promoting equity, or the board say, okay, equity is more important, so meritocracy is not important? That's my question. Thank you.
Trustee Pei, I think the director answered the policy, but I'll ask him to, I mean, again, Trustee Pei, meritocracy could be defined in multiple ways as well. So I'll ask the director if he wants to add anything more, but he's heard the question and answered it. So Director, would you like to add anything more?
Sure, and thank you, Chair, and through you to Trustee Pei. Trustee Pei, our responsibility as a school board is to make sure that every one of our students has the opportunity for access to the services that are provided, including the variety of education opportunities in our specialized programs and such. Part of that responsibility, Trustee Pei, is also to make sure that where we see disproportionalities, that we take action as a system to address that. And that is in fact what the equity policy of the board identifies. And so we absolutely prioritize equity of opportunity for all of our students as the equity policy states.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Director. Okay, my next question will be, I'm a little bit concerned based on the data presented in the report to us, whether the student interest program comply with the law. The Ontario Human Rights Code requires TDSB to allocate spots in our program without discrimination on the basis of a protected ground. The exception to this is for a special program under Section 14 of the Ontario Human Rights Code, which is intended to address historical disadvantages, underrepresentation, etc. So what are those problems at the TDSB to justify this policy?
Thank you, Trustee Pei, and through you, Chair. I'm just going to ask if Mahajabeen is online to support and respond to this question. Okay. He's in the back room. So I will perhaps ask if this question may be deferred for just momentarily. If you have a follow-up question, Trustee Pei. On second thought, I'm going to ask Jennifer to speak to this item. Jennifer, if you can start, and then Mahajabeen can continue. Thank you.
Thank you, and through the chair. Trustee Pei, yes, review has been done. The student interest programs is in line with Section 14 of the Human Rights Code.
Okay, thank you. So I do see that report that there's data that report this group, like the current program prioritize female identifying applicants. So where's the data in this report on this group to justify this prioritization? What is data on female identifying applicants across the program from 2020?
Through you, Chair, we'll go to Associate Director Luis Sorisco.
Thank you, and pardon me because I'm stepping in and making sure that we have the staff in responding to the questions that you're posing. Trustee Pei, so I'm just reading the caption and I'm going to rephrase it to make sure that I understood. I think that you were asking, what data do we have that would show our response for female identifying students for access? Did I get that right?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to invite Dr. Cameron to look at, if that is possible, our female identifying data, or to Reiko Fuentes to describe the decision-making in regards to female applicants and our MST programs in particular. Dr. Cameron?
I don't have the data in front of me, but it's certainly possible to look at the whether there is a disparity between males and females or male and female identifying data in terms of the application process. But Reiko, do you have a better answer? You probably do, yeah?
Thank you, and through the chair. There was data prior to the implementation of P100 that there was a larger number of applicants who were not female identifying and fewer who were female identifying. And in many of our programs, that disparity carried through in terms of the seated students in the programs. We also knew that because if we were moving to a random selection process with a greater number of non-female identifying applicants, that would lead to, again, disproportions in the programs. We know that in post-secondary programs and heading into careers in the areas of math, science, and technology, females are underrepresented systemically, and the decision to make the 50% of the seats in our math, science, and technology programs assigned to female identifying applicants was to help to address this disproportion that we see not only in schools and in our programs, but on a much greater societal level. Thank you.
And if I can add, that disproportionality still exists, Dr. Pei, that we are watching and trying to encourage our female students to enter MST. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Through Ms. Chair, my next question will be, how do the board address systemic underrepresentation of Asian students in the elite athlete program?
Thank you, and through you, Chair. Trustee Pei, may I just ask you to repeat that question to make sure?
Okay, my question is, when we're talking about underrepresentation, there's severe underrepresentation in the elite athlete program at the TDSB. How the board going to address that issue? If we would think underrepresentation in other programs so important, well, this is program is not important, not into the lottery system. I highly recommend to put this program into the lottery system as well.
Okay, thank you for that good question, Trustee Pei.
Yeah.
I'm going to ask Ms. Fuentes to speak to this.
Thank you, and through the chair. A reminder that high-performing athlete programs are not student interest programs or central student interest programs. They are not based on interest. While in the first year of implementation, they were included in the application process, for the past 2 years, they have been separated because they are, in fact, quite the antithesis of an interest program. They are purely based on athletic ability and students engaging in high levels of sports competition outside of school. The programs that provide a modified schedule and a modified day to support high levels of training. And again, we're talking in some cases 20 to 24 hours a week of training for a provincial or national level of sport. That is a choice that's made by, genes in terms of being able to compete and perform at that level, and families to support their children in competing in those athletic endeavors and opting to participate in a high-performing athlete modified day schedule. It should be pointed out that many high-performing athletes opt to not attend a high-performing athlete program, instead working with their local school to have their schedule adjusted to help accommodate the training that they are opting to do outside of school. Thank you.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, do I hear like those program determined by genes? Did you see that?
Through the chair. My apologies. I was being a little facetious in that they had the ability to perform at a provincial or national level of competition in their sport.
Through Madam Chair, I'm really confused here. Why we have a double standard here? One program is determined by ability. The other program is not determined by ability, because Asian population, especially students, underrepresented in the elite athlete program. I don't think they're equitable.
Thank you, and through the chair, if I may respond. Trustee Pei, our high-performing athlete programs really are about modifying a timetable to accommodate the pressures for our students who are competing in leagues, in teams that we do not determine the participation or the qualification for those teams. We have students who need to be in pools, on tracks, starting from 7 a.m. till 9 a.m. So attending school with the start time of 8:30 is prohibitive for their ability to train. Again, in programs of which we do not determine their participation. So when we have large numbers of students grouped together in these programs, we are able to best accommodate their timetable pressures. So that is why these programs are not part of our central student interest programs. They are a modification to timetables on a large scale. Thank you.
Assuming the chair, I still don't understand. If the board policy is to try to promote equity, why we try to provide such a special program tailored for those students with 60%, 63% of those students are white? Why is that?
Through the chair, thank you. Just to clarify, to add to Associate Director Sarisco's remarks, to be clear that the high-performing athlete programs that TDSB offers do not have any programs offered at the school. So for example, I'm a gymnast. For those of you who know me, I am not. I'm a gymnast. I do all of my gym activity outside of the school. So the school itself does not offer me any programs about being a gymnast at the school. All of it is done through my external coach, through the organization. I'm a figure skater. There's no figure skating at the high-performing athlete schools. Rather, I access those programs through my coach, through the national team, through the provincial team that I'm a part of. There is no part of that program that is offered at our local TDSB schools in our high-performing athletes program. I hope that clarifies for you, Trustee Pei. Thank you.
To you, Mr. Chair, I still don't get it. So what the program really provided by these schools? What the program really provide? Why they're called, why are they so special?
Thank you, and through the chair. Chair, I do believe that we have answered this question. Thank you.
Okay, so my question really is like, why does the board consider genes and high performance when it's come to athletics, but not to mathematics and arts?
Thank you, and through the chair, again, Policy 100 work plan is before the Board of Trustees, having gone through GPC. GPC recommended the work plan be approved. The policy is out for consultation. That is the purpose of the work plan. We look forward to engaging with focus groups, reviewing surveys from parents. We've been listening very intently, and thank you to trustees who have raised considerations and ideas for us to be responsive to some of the considerations and ideas that you've generated, and we know our families will give us much more. The revised policy will come before you for consideration in the months ahead. Thank you.
Okay, my next question is that if like IEB accommodation during admission was identified as barrier to success in merit-based admission, why don't we have data on whether access to special interest program has improved for students with disability with the introduction of the lottery?
Thank you, and through the chair, that is a really excellent question. And one that we are, again, anticipating conversation, particularly when we bring the policy for discussion with SEAC. We know that our Special Education Advisory Committee is asking that exact same question. Part of the data analysis that we are engaged in, and the hypothesis as we were looking at enabling equitable access for our different self-identified populations is that more students with disabilities would be enrolled and have access to our central student interest programs. And indeed, that is what our data is indicating thus far. And we look forward to digging more deeply in that data and to be considering the very point that you're raising. Thank you, Dr. Pei.
Thank you, Trustee Pei. That's all the time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Lee.
Thank you through you, Mr. Chair, staff. Thank you for this report as always. I think there's a lot of work that goes into these. and I appreciate you coming back time and again to explain how the program is doing. I am nothing but consistent, and I think since the first conversation we had on the newly revised system, I have been inquiring about a admissions rate by group of students identified in these programs. And I think in every conversation, staff have agreed to provide this data in the next report. And I know that Trustee McLean just asked for that data once again. So I'd like to get some type of an explanation from staff that, how come we don't have it yet?
Thank you. And through the chair, a consistent discussion and appreciate the recurring theme. Please know, Trustee Lee, that this is being analyzed by our research team. The language that is being shared with me as we talk, we have conversations to be making sure we're note-taking well, that this is a complex matter. And please know that we are going to be providing all that we can in regards to describing the applicants. The word right now that is being used is this may be problematic. So please let us investigate further and give more detail to you. If Dr. Cameron wishes to contribute, please feel free.
Thank you, Associate Director Srisco, through the chair. It's an ethics concern, Trustee Lee. We would need to get consent for the applicants that were unsuccessful in relation to monitoring them beyond not getting in the program itself. So predominantly, that's what we're most concerned about, is to ensure that that we get appropriate consent from the families. And so that would have to be part of the equation in terms of looking at the unsuccessful applicants.
And if I may, just to deepen our conversation, so we're reflecting as well as we can to Trustee Lee through the chair, can you share with us more detail on what you would be interested in seeing so that we're able to fine tune our reflections? Thank you.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. It is number of students admitted divided by number of students that applied. And there's a percentage that comes out. And if you like to multiply by 100, we can appreciate that too, because that'll give us the actual percentage report and not a decimal point. And I find it hard to accept that the reason for not having this is either problematic or a privacy concern. We report on the number of students who are successfully enrolled into these programs. We don't have an ethical concern with that, possibly because the volume of students is large enough that it is impossible for anyone to accurately identify an individual. The volume of students who apply will be larger than the volume of students that are accepted, because the overall data you have showed us suggests a 50% acceptance rate. Therefore, the privacy concern should be less and not more. All we're asking for is division. And every time when we get an answer like the one that I just got, it fuels the narrative within the community that the acceptance rate, and I don't even want to use the word of acceptance rate because it is a lottery. The kids are not successful or accepted, they got lucky. The kids, the rate of winning in the lottery of certain groups of students might be significantly lower than the rates of winning in the lottery than other groups. And this is the narrative that my community has been asking me about. And the TDSB and our board has done nothing over the past years to show any data or results that could either debunk that theory or prove that what we're actually implementing is a promotion of equity. Because although the success rate or the enrollment proportions within our programs, if you look at it by racialized groups or special groups, however you want to call it, might be a better reflection of the demographics of our board. The acceptance rate might suggest that students of a certain group might have to get twice as lucky to get into a program than students in other groups because of that disproportional acceptance, I guess, chances. And if I were to recall the Ontario Human Rights Code, the definition of racism on that website that I was just reading, I'm just confirming, but I closed it, is any action that might prohibit one group of people or make it much harder for one group of people to access certain resources when compared to another group based solely on race. So when we come up with all of these reasons why we can't provide admissions rate data, it is fueling the narrative that we're scared to show the data because our acceptance rate into these programs can be defined as being racist under the Ontario Human Rights Code. And I'd like to hear what staff thinks about that.
Thank you, Trustee Lee, and through the chair to Trustee Lee. Trustee Lee, under section 14, I'm going to take a few steps back to answer your question. You are absolutely right to say, well, what is the proportion of people getting in, the students getting in? And as you know, P100 is set up to remedy some imbalances in representation so that a higher proportion of students who have historically been in lower numbers in these programs can get in. That's the remedial aspect. That is what P100 is trying to do. What you just were talking about, and correct me if I'm wrong, please, which is creating a disparity among groups. Section 14 of the Human Rights Code recognizes something. The right to equality of education is embedded in the Human Rights Code. You also correctly quoted that. But Section 14 of the code, there is a provision under human rights legislation that allows us to create a program that allows us to address any disparity that we've identified. So where the disproportionalities have been identified, the board can put in a program like P100 to address those gaps so that those gaps close. And that is not considered discrimination. It is a special program under human rights legislation to address the existing imbalance. And so it is permissible in the human rights regime to do that, create a different program that allows us to address those historic imbalances that were created for groups that continue historically and currently to be underrepresented. So that would not be considered discriminatory because it's an exceptional exclusion created under the code to allow us to address that historic disadvantage that has been created through systemic practice. I hope that helps. Thank you.
Thank you, through Mr. Chair. So what I'm hearing is that indeed staff has concern that this new regime of program, not regime as defining new system, has the potential of promoting a unfair admissions rate in accordance to rate. So I would just say that
point of order, Mr. Chair, I think is
Trustees should not interrupt other trustees in the speech.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
I would.
That's fine.
I would like to. I guess the rephrasing is not accurate. If the staff feel that's a correct reflection of what they said, I'll ask them to correct that.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you, it would be helpful to have that question rephrased with clarity, so that staff can appropriately respond.
Okay. Well, that's like a few seconds for you.
Thank you. I would say that I understand that staff is saying that we're addressing an inequity that existed in the system, and I am not doubting that. What I'm saying is that without seeing admissions data, I cannot make a determination on whether or not we are creating a different inequity while trying to address one that had existed. And this is why we need to see that information as soon as we can.
Thank you, Trustee Lee. I don't see any other trustees on the list for this item. So can I have a mover and a seconder to approve this item? Trustee Laskin, Trustee Rajwani, all those in favor?
Mr. Nawaz in favor?
No, sorry, Mr. Chair. I have a business rising.
Yeah, we'll
Yeah,
move the item.
Okay,
first.
move the, okay.
Yeah. Sorry, we are in the middle of a vote. Trustee Pei, all those in favor, are we going e-scribe? Yeah. Okay. E-scribe is open. Trustees, please vote on e-scribe. Trustee Shan in favor.
I'm in favor.
What does this horizon? Is it the next item?
No, see my.
Yeah, what does this horizon? You didn't get.
Business arising. Yeah.
How do you vote?
Favor.
Thank you. Let's close the vote. Sorry, go ahead. Trustee Wong.
Trustee Wong?
I'm in favor.
Thank you. Yeah, that's carried. We have a business arising motion, but Trustee Lee, did you want to move a motion? Okay, so we'll have to be done. Okay, I'll do a notice of motion later. So because this would be the opportunity if you're doing a business arising. But there is a business arising motion that actually is the next item. So we'll move on to number 2. This is a business arising motion from Trustee Pei, consulting committee's recommendation. Consultation of process and academic performance data in review of student interest program. The referral, the motion is, so the recommendation from the committee is the referral to staff. So that's what we would start with.
Can I speak, Mr. Chair?
Sorry, we want to get the list now. Trustee Pei, you can go ahead.
Okay, Mr. Chair, I want to speak against the referral. It's okay? Okay. For the following reasons. Mr. Chair, TDSB used to be known for its highly committed specialized program. This program turns out, top athletes, actors, mathematicians, artists, and was a place where top students to perform at their level. In recent years, because of the change made to the board, this program has been eroded and criticized. They represent the perfect example of a change made with good intentions in the name of equity having equitable result. As I will explain, I'm concerned that our student interest program are not more equitable since changes were made to them. And I'm concerned about whether they comply with Ontario Human Rights Code, when continue to practice this program. It is for the reason that I believe more consultation needs to be done to hear from the broad community as well as in these areas. So I'd be asking for trustees to reject the referral of this motion and go back to my original motion to expedite the consultation and review of this program. It's important that we get this right because otherwise our commitment to equity is undermined. We must identify and eliminate barriers that limit the ability of our students to equally access and participate in our schools and achieve their full potential. Prior to P100, certain barriers were identified, which had been impacting full participation in specialized program. This includes things like application fees, entrance exam with contents above grade level, audition materials which didn't necessarily reflect student identities, requirements for letters of reference, like IEP accommodation in admission, etc. We were told that this impacted who was able to gain access to the specialized plan, who was excluded. I think we all understood the data present us to today as seeing this barrier are preventing talented, deserving students from certain underrepresented marginalized group from gaining access to this specialized program. And this is where I think we went wrong. TDSP could have taken the approach to ensure barriers were removed so that all talented students had access to the program. Instead, in the name of equity, the talent was taken out of the specialized program, opening up to the students who were interested in the area, but they didn't have demonstrated talent to get into a program. This had led to criticism that TDSP had taken merit out of the program, something we cannot refute. But worse, it was led to a situation where those we were intending to help talented and marginalized, racialized students who were facing systemic barriers to admission into this program may not have had these barriers removed because they still can't get into the program, other than through luck, because their talent can't get them a spot in our program. Consultation is so important, and we needed to hear from diverse voices and communities, not just those who were selected for prioritization under P100, but those who weren't as well. I would also expect that the consultation will include opportunity for experts to review our year-over-year demographic data, as well as admission, enrollment, decline, and the dropout data, as we can consider whether the changes implemented achieve the intended goals. This is consistent with the PR 501, which said that the purpose of consultation is not just to get a perspective and listen to voices, but to get expert advice when necessary. We need to understand whether we have actually removed the barriers for our talent students or whether we created a new barrier which excluded talent students, including those from marginalized communities. This consultation and the results of it will inform our important decisions on admissions and application and the seating and the priority to ensure that we make the right equitable decision for our students. For this reason, I ask my colleagues to vote against this referral and vote for my motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Pei. Trustee Laskin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I need some clarification. Did we or did we not just vote to receive the work plan that included the consultation on PO 100? Was that just not what we just voted on? We approved the work plan for consultation? So if we approve the work plan for consultation, how is this in order, Mr. Chair?
Trustee Laskin, the referral is here, not the motion. So the referral is still in order because that's how it came from the committee. So the consideration right now is the referral. Anyone else speaking on this? Trustee DeDevitis.
So my question's to the chair, just so I understand. Voting in favor of this is voting against the staff referral?
So right now, this is coming, the committee recommendation of this motion that was introduced by Trustee Pei is that it be referred to staff to consider what is in there in line with the rest of the report that were passed. So that's the motion. So if you vote in favor of this, you're supporting the referral of this motion to staff.
I'm just gonna ask the question again because I thought we already voted on the referral. So what did
No, we didn't. We voted on the staff report.
Yeah.
And this was a business arising motion that came in, and the committee voted to refer this to staff.
We voted on receipt of the report then?
No, approval.
Approval
Yeah.
of the report.
Yeah.
Okay. So the staff report is already approved.
Yeah.
Okay, so we don't need to refer anything. If I don't feel I need to refer anything to staff, I don't need to support this. We already voted on the approval of the report as staff intended, correct?
Yeah.
Thank you.
I mean, anyone else to speak, Trustee Lee? Sorry. You didn't have it, sorry. Do you want?
Yeah, I have a question.
Yeah. Trustee Arts.
Okay, so just to clarify, this business arising is separate from the staff report. The committee, the GPC, voted to refer this business arising to staff for consideration because number one is already in the work plan. Number two is already in the work plan. Number three is operational. Number four is in contravention to the work plan that staff proposed. And we gutted down the last portion of it because it was actually out of order when that part was removed. So this was referred to staff. So if there's something that they want to look at or consider, that would be up to staff. But the vast majority of what is in here is already in the work plan that we already approved. And that's why the committee referred this to staff.
All right. So just also want to clarify that there was no minority report requested at this juncture during the committee too. So the only thing we are considering is whether to refer it or not refer it. If it didn't get referred, then we move on to the next item. It is not automatic that this motion would be considered because there's no minority report.
Just want to have some clarification. So if we vote down the referral, is go back to my original motion to vote? No?
There was no request from you or any other trustees to move a minority report after the referral gets defeated, passed. So basically, what is being considered right now is the referral. If trustees vote in favor of the referral, it goes to staff. If they vote against the referral, the matter is dropped and we move on to the next item on the agenda. That's how the referral motions, when there's any motion where a committee member feels that their voice wasn't heard, has to declare need to have move a minority report in it. So unfortunately, that I just clarified that wasn't done. So any other questions on that? Just Trustee Lee.
Thank you, through Mr. Chair. I wasn't a part of the conversation. Can I ask for the indulgence of the GPC chair or someone to give me a 30-second overview on how this was discussed and why it was necessary to refer back to staff? And just general, how did that conversation go?
The discussion at committee, sorry, I'm just going to go back to this page and make sure we have be it resolved. There were, of the original motion, there were parts of it that were out of order because they were proposed within 12 months of another similar motions being rejected by the board. And you can't, our policy says you cannot bring things back within 12 months. And then in terms of the other requests, in terms of the broader consultation, the wording that's in here, it is actually, these are aspects of the work plan that is being proposed by staff. So the broad consultation on different aspects, what's worded in here, there was lots of discussion about the kinds of things that will be involved in a consultation, what surveys might look like, that sort of thing. So the overall feeling was that staff are already planning to do this. This is not a new introduction. And so this was referred to staff for their consideration in the work plan that the board has already approved.
Okay, thank you. Trustees, when a committee refers a motion to the staff, it doesn't mean endorsement. It just basically means that this is better handled by staff looking at different parts of it. Some may be already repetitive, some may be contrary to what passed, some may be practically operational. So the whole thing is being sent to refer to staff as a way for them to consider whichever parts is appropriate to do. That's what the motion of referral is. So so we are not debating one or the other in this. It's the full thing that is being referred. So seeing no more trustees on the list, can we have a vote on the referral? Mover and a seconder on this? Trustee Williams, Trustee Hastings. Okay, are we doing e-scribe? Shine in favor. Trustee Sriskandaraja and Trustee Pay. Trustee Hastings. Trustee Sriskandaraja. You there, Trustee Sriskandaraja? Carried. Okay, so that has been referred to staff. So we move on to the next item on the agenda, number 5, which is PR 592, naming schools, teams, and special purpose areas. Critical review recommendations. I'll start with the director.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I call on Associate Director Audrey Salmon.
Test. Thank you, and through the chair. In April 2021, the TDSB announced that it would be undertaking a citywide review of school names to better reflect the diversity of the city. 2 months later, the TDSB announced that we would be establishing a renaming schools reference group, a volunteer group that, among other things, would inform the consultation process around school renaming. School renaming from 2021, maybe even a little bit before that, has been a significant part of the society's dialogue because names matter. They matter a great deal for the sense of belonging for our students and our staff. The particular reference group that was created by trustees as a part of that particular board resolution asked the reference group to engage in a representative type of process. That representative process involved probably one of the most significant outreach with respect to the notion of identifying individuals that would be representative of the entire district. At that point in time, part of what we embarked on doing was finding representation from all 4 of the learning centers, a foreign construct at this point in time, now that we're with 2, approximately 20 community members, representatives of various stakeholders, including caregivers, community groups, agencies, and individuals. We also involved student trustees, member from Indigenous, Black, and racialized groups, academics, system superintendents for Indigenous education, system superintendent for equity, approximately 10 school administrators, principals, and vice principals from across the district, and also other staff representatives, including planning, research, and a myriad of other individuals. By October the 2022, the recommendations from the Renaming Schools Reference Committee were shared at the Governance and Policy Committee, including recommendations to engage in a renaming process for Sir John A. Macdonald Collegiate, for Dundas Junior Public School, and for Ryerson Community School. That was part of that particular reference group's recommendations. There are a myriad of other recommendations that were also included in that. By June 2023, TDSB, once we received the actual reference recommendations, staff supported those particular reference recommendation, and we made a commitment to trustees. Part of that commitment was to first bring the recommendations to implement them within the policy framework of PO 47. Secondly, we would then bring forward a procedure that would outline that. So in June 2023, we went through with PO 47 and provided an update to the policy, and that passed at board. Included in that policy was certain particular statements around the nature of what names we needed to support in the renaming process and what names that we should reject. Part of, as I quote, names will, A, prioritize names that have local, community, district, provincial, Indigenous, or Canadian significance and reflect the diversity of Toronto. B, take into account the impact of colonialism and anti-Indigenous racism that are part of Canada's history and reject any names, symbols, namesakes that reinforce that history, as well as the negative impacts of colonialism. C, reject any names, symbols of namesakes tied to systems of oppression, race, histories of discrimination, stereotypes, bias, prejudice, or hate. And last but certainly not least, uphold the TDSB's commitment to human rights. That was found in the actual policy that was passed by trustees in 2023. October 2024, staff brought forward that the revised procedure, PR 592, the revised naming schools, teams, and special purpose areas procedure forward to governance and policy for information and receipt. The section that I just quoted previously related to the guiding principles, because it's those principles that are the hallmark of the policy and the procedure. It was also included in that procedure. And part of what it said was that, once again, that staff must reject any names, symbols, or namesakes tied to systems of oppression, race, histories of discrimination, stereotypes, bias, prejudice, or hate. Take us to January 2025. Staff brought forward the final leg of this particular process that started in April 2021. That was the actual critical review recommendations to GPC for considerations of trustees. And part of that, and in all three of the dates that I've provided you, we identified, starting back in 2022 for trustees, the names of the three schools. That was part of the special reference. In each one of those reports, those names are founded there. We look at the particular schools, and what we did is we provided trustees with a literature review. It wasn't a comprehensive, it was a brief literature review that provided the rationale for school renaming, for an opportunity for us to go through. And as we go through and we look at the actual information that was provided in that literature review, we look at John A. Macdonald. John A. Macdonald is the first Prime Minister of Canada. He contributed significantly to the building of the nation. He helped to establish one of those things that I actually believe in immensely, which is parliamentary democracy as a political science person. That being said, John A. Macdonald, though, his government was also associated with government agents who withheld food in order to drive bands of Indigenous individuals onto reserves out of the way of the building the railway. The railway was a significant accomplishment for Canadian community, but it also was at a cost to individual communities, especially Indigenous individuals. He was part in 1876 of enacting the Indian Act and the assimilation of Indigenous peoples. And we also know the history of the Indian Act. It eventually was repealed, but some of the graves that have been outlined and have been found in the recent years also was a testament to some of that. Last but certainly not least, MacDonald was involved with the Chinese Immigration Act of 1885. And that act was $50 head tax was imposed on every Chinese person seeking entry into Canada, marking a period of legislative anti-Chinese racism. 1885, just prior to that, there was a process of welcoming Asians in order to support the building of the railway. When we look at Egerton Ryerson, he advocated for a free, universal, and publicly funded education system, leading to the creation of what was called the Common School Act of 1846, which laid the foundation for Ontario's modern public education system. When you go to Teachers College, and I spent a little bit of time there, he was one of the pillars of public education and a person that we learned a great deal about. That being said, he was also the architect of Canada's residential school system that committed cultural genocide against Indigenous children. And I noticed the word that I used. He was the architect. He wasn't the person that necessarily did it. However, though Ryerson did not directly create the residential school system, as it later existed, his ideas contributed to policies that forcibly removed Indigenous children from their families and subjected them to cultural assimilation, abuse, and neglect. Not what he did personally, but the ideologies that he portrayed and represented. Last but certainly not least, Henry Dundas. As a lifelong, conscientious abolitionist and skillful politician, he endorsed gradual abolition of the slave trade, suggesting the abolition was not practical while Britain was at war with France back in 1792. Part of his approach was to effectively try and play a more pragmatic role by saying we cannot effectively abolish the transatlantic slave trade. At this point in time, we need to do it gradually. And that was also the sentiment that was used in different parts of the United States as we looked at some of the 1860 and we looked at the crisis that went through within the United States. The challenge, though, is this. The consequences of delaying the abolition of the slave trade contributed to more than some historians estimate almost 500,000 Africans being enslaved or trafficked across the Atlantic between the latter part of 1790 to 1807. To say that each of these individuals has a complicated history is an understatement. The TDSB will continue to teach about the contributions of individuals in various courses, as outlined by the ministry, because what I don't want to be suggesting here, we're not rewriting history. That's not what this is about. This is actually about the impact that individuals have had on our staff and our students based on where we are now. And part of what it's also about is the fact that history has changed a little bit. And I'll give you the example. When I started teaching the subject in 1993, the history books included most stuff. It was purely from a Eurocentric perspective. That was the perspective. That was the norm. Then things changed because what we actually started to realize was that history can't just be told through one person's lens. History has to be told through a variety of people's lenses. And so that's when you started actually seeing history books transforming and suddenly having representation. What was the Indigenous perspective on what took place? What was the Black community doing at that particular point in time? What were Asians doing? because history has to be taught through different lenses. And just like school renaming has to be looked at not just from one lens. And that's what we are bringing forward today. So my last comment as I conclude is this. When we are looking at the school renaming piece, what the committee has done is gone back to PO 47. We've gone back to the policy that was passed by trustees in June of 2023. And we have said, because what the policy actually said was, we as staff must reject any names, symbols, or namesakes that tie to systems of oppression, race, histories of discrimination, stereotypes, bias, prejudice, or hate. The recommendations before board this evening is effectively to have the 3 schools engage in the school renaming process, because those particular names, not that they are bad, because I have a great reverence for the history of this particular country, but by our own policy, it reaches the threshold that we've outlined. Thanks. Through the
Trustee Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and staff for doing the work. I know it is the board that directed for this work to happen, and I appreciate everything that was done. And I really appreciate, through Mr. Chair, the Associate Director Otley, for outlining the historical context. There's some things that you said that I actually didn't know in the past, so I appreciate it. I recognize what the board had asked. I also want to understand the process of which the historical context was established. And just to be transparent to everyone, there were email exchanges last night between trustees and staff trying to get clarity on who was it that gave us the historical context that was quoted today. And to my understanding that the academics involved or experts in education as opposed to history, I'd like to get clarity from staff on why is it that when we were having a history lesson, we couldn't get experts in history to teach it to us.
Thank you, and through the chair, I also want to, before I begin, I wanted to acknowledge some of my colleagues that are here with me this evening. Dr. David Cameron, our senior researcher, and also Jeffrey Caton, the centrally assigned principal for the equity area. And online this evening is Daniel Castaldo, who is the system planning officer. Trustee Lee, thank you for the question. Part of what we've actually done with respect to why have we not engaged actual historians to talk about the history. Part of what we have done around with the critical review is provided the actual literature. And if trustees went through the actual literature document that we provided, all of the speaking notes that I've just outlined came from those, all within the literature review that's outlined. But I'm going to make this comment. As much as I may love history, this actually is, from my sense, it's actually not about history. It's actually about the impact that the history has on our students that are in our schools and our staff based on the sense of belonging for our students based on the names. That is where the conversation. And so the reference committee at that time, as part of the actual initial motion, outlined that we would need academics. The academics that we brought forward were academics around addressing students who are historically marginalized within our system in order to identify how we rename schools to ensure that all students feel that they belong. Thank you.
Thank you. Through Mr. Chair, to staff, how concerned are you that when we make a decision that has this wide reach of an impact in a body that is politically elected, when we are basing our reasonings on works and experts that are not, directly tied to this matter at hand, or only indirectly tied to the matter at hand, especially when we have a lot of experts within reach. I mean, Toronto is in the center of some of the highest concentrations of post-secondary education institutions in Canada. So I'm sure there are a lot of historians to be found. Like, how concerned are you that this decision, whether or not, it is the right one or the wrong one, and regardless of its merit, will be seen as a political decision as opposed to a one that is, absolutely correct when we don't have those resources quoted within our, backups.
Thank you for the question. And I do hear what you're saying around the academic nature of this endeavor. I guess I go back to the literature review speaks to other organizations that have actually engaged in the renaming. John A. McDonald, Dundas. That's part of what we provided trustees with, information, because this has actually been done before. It has been done, whether or not we're talking about in Kingston with the Queen's University, or in Hamilton, or in York Region. This has been done. The research is there. The research has been provided. The research is solid. It's not to suggest, though, because I don't want to be saying to you that there isn't a series of substantive historical figures that disagree with some of this. And that's where I go back to policy P047. Part of this particular process, that's the expectation is that we as trustees and staff follow the procedures and policies that govern this organization. And if we are to do that, we need to land in a certain place based on our own policies. Thanks.
Thank you, through your chair. My only comment to that, and I appreciate where Associate Director Salman is coming from. And I understand that there are plenty of other institutions around Canada who has decided to rename themselves, including Ryerson University, which is now called TMU. However, me as a board member, I can only make a decision based on what I have been presented by staff in the report. And I have to be able to justify to my constituency that the decision that was made was based on irrefutable factual evidence after consulting the best available experts that we can find in this topic. Or I can say that the decision was made because the majority of the students or our main stakeholders have voted to have this decision. It's very difficult for me to take a report based on experts that are not the leading experts in this field, especially when we absolutely have access to them, and also a direction that is based on what other institutions have done, because I didn't get involved in the discussions of those other institutions. I understand what our policy says, but we stand to be challenged on whether or not we made the correct decisions on these policies every day. And we have a duty that we owe to our stakeholders to justify every time to our best abilities and use the most irrefutable sources possible on why we have made the right decision. I'm not saying either way this is the right recommendation or the wrong recommendation. I am not disputing the historical facts that are presented either tonight or in the report, and I am not blind to the narrative in the community. But based on the sources, based on the arguments I have provided, and especially in this case, there are going to be a lot of folks who doesn't agree to our decision. I find it difficult to stand in front of them and say that what I have seen from our work makes it irrefutable that every expert that we have consulted, and these are experts that people agree to be experts in this field, that we have consulted, say this is the right thing to do. So I find it very hard to make that decision tonight based on what I've seen. So I will not be in favor of this recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Lee. Trustees, I have Trustee Pei, Trustee Dawson, Trustee Davidis, and Trustee King on the list, and Trustee Earhart and Trustee Arts. Okay, we do have a long agenda, so we'll at some point check in to see how we move some of the items forward. But we'll go through the list now. Trustee Pei.
Thank you, Ms. Chair. I want to start by asking the staff a question. So who were the academic advisor consulted when regarding this matter? Who are those people? Are they historians?
Thank you for the question. I'm going to turn it over to Century Assigned Principal Caton to respond to who are the three academics that were consulted. And it's I'm going to make this statement: three academics that were consulted, a variety of other individuals that I think I listed off briefly that were involved in the process. So it's not simply three academics that landed us to where we are at this point in time. I'll turn it over to Mr. Caton in order to respond. Thank you.
Thank you for the question, and through the chair,
Stand up, please. You're tall.
I'm tall, that's true. Thank you for the question, and through the chair, the academics that were involved as part of the reference group included 3 PhDs. They were Dr. Vidya Shah, who is at York University, Dr. Carl James, as well from York University, and Dr. Suzanne Dion. That was the third representative. Thank you.
What's their background, by the way? What's their research background?
Sorry.
Are they, I'm asking whether they are historians, what are their research interests and the background? I want to know what they're specialized on.
So I can tell you that the 3 researchers, PhDs, have PhDs in sociology and have a range of expertise in anti-oppression, anti-racist education, as well as indigenous education.
So you're telling me we're making historic decisions not based on historical funding or expertise, but based on some people from sociology background. It's almost like you have sorry.
Speak through the chair as well, and go ahead.
Okay, Mr. Chair, I want to ask, I think in the previous committee decision, is ask the staff to select historians as expert to make a recommendation. But why we have some professor from sociology to provide such evidence?
I'll get the staff to respond to that. Thank you, Trustee Pei.
Thank you so much for the question. The board back in 2022 asked staff to center the voices of those who historically had been underserved within the broader community and did not necessarily see that they belonged within the structure and systems as part of the renaming process. Staff has done that. I'm going to go a little bit further. If the suggestion from the trustee is that a sociology to PhD and the various accommodations that the various individuals that were involved in the renaming process does not meet the standard, then part of what we need to make sure that we are doing is understanding what the specific assignment was that was provided by trustees. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Pei.
I have no doubt that these are excellent people and academics, but I think you will agree they were not suited for our purposes, which was investigate in historical figures. Through you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, through the chair. Part of this conversation and what we've provided trustees is with the significant literature review that speaks to what has been written around these particular figures throughout history. It is encompassed within the literature review. Thank you.
Okay, my next question regarding consultation. Who really consulted on this case? How many people are consulted?
Thank you. Through the chair, the board went through a process where board provided direction to staff to engage in a representative group in order to support the school renaming process. As I previously have listed off, Membership in this special reference group included representatives from each of the 4 learning centers at the time, 20 community members represented from various stakeholders, including caregivers, community groups, agencies, and individuals, student trustees, members from Indigenous, Black, and racialized communities, academics, system superintendent for urban and Indigenous education, system superintendent for equity, up to 10 principals, and staff representation. Thank you.
What about the parents group? What about the TDSB community group? What about student group? What the alumni of those schools? Have you consulted those people as well? Through you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for the question. Once again, included in that representatives from the 4 learning centers, 20 community members, representations of various stakeholders, including caregivers, community groups, agencies, and individuals, as was prescribed by board.
Through Mr. Chair, who are the community groups? Can you give me a few names?
Thank you thank you for the question. Through the chair, what we have are individuals who are part of community. We had a wide range of individuals that came in to support their renaming committee members. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, we will all easily admit that every historical figure is indeed every human, including all of us in this room, is flawed. But equally, we would all agree that everyone, including historical figures, deserve due process. Whether you say Sir John A. Macdonald as an important and vital contributor to the nation that is Canada, or if you blame him alone for all that went wrong in our relationship with Indigenous people, you will agree that if we are to make a judgment and recommendation, they must be based on the research and understanding of experts in the field. This was clearly not the case here. The academic advisors engaging in this purpose were 3 professors from Faculty of Education at York University. None of this professor is a historian. Professor Carl James has a PhD in sociology. Professor Vidya Shah, the researcher specialty at York, is our anti-racism and barrier to marginalized groups. And lastly, Professor Susan Dian is Associate Vice President on Indigenous issues at York University. By all accounts, she's an excellent teacher, Indigenous educator, scholar, but he's not a historian. I have no doubt these are excellent people, academics, but I think if you also agree with me that they were not suited for our purposes, which was investigate historical figures. I also find it noteworthy through your chair that history has many interpretations to it. Certainly, if we did not already realize this, we will know just from opening your mail inbox, because history is so complex. It's imperative that if we going to make a recommendation to the board that is based on expert opinion on the issue at hand. That's clearly not the case here. Perhaps this is not a place to debate the strengths and weaknesses of Sir John A. Macdonald, Erskine Ryerson, or Henry Dundas, but it's the place to determine whether we have the report that follow a appropriate procedure, especially in investigating historical figures by consulting experts in the actual field. When we want to evaluate the structural integrity of one of our school buildings, we call in structural engineers. We wanted to make judgment on issues in Canadian histories, we should be calling in Canadian historians. This report need to be voted down. Due to lack of proper consultation with historians, we even all received a written delegation from one of the leading scholars in the field, Patrice Dutil, who wrote a book about Sir John A. Macdonald. I invite everybody to read that book. Let's get this right. Regardless of your own personal feeling about these figures, we need to get the process right. Here's a plan to see the staff report or recommendation be voted down. In this case, I encourage all my colleagues vote down this recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Pei. Trustee Dawson.
Thank you through the chair. I'm going to, Ryerson is my school, one of my schools in Ward 9, and I'm going to focus my delegation on amplifying the voice of the children and the parents at Ryerson. So first I will read a letter from a student that I received. My name is Jonas, who is a student in grade 12 now. Back in 2020, when I was in grade 7, 2 of my friends and I took the initiative to change the name of RCS. This happened on the back of the news that a large number of children's graves were found in the site of some of those residential schools. We made many efforts to try and rename the school. Sadly, because of the TDSB's slow reaction, we did not get to see that happen during our time at RCS. It is heartwarming to see that our hopes have finally been put to fruition and that some steps to reconciliation are being taken. Dear members of the Toronto District School Board, please accept this letter from the co-chair, treasurer, and secretary of the school council at Ryerson Community School, advocating for the renaming of our school. This change is not only a matter of historical reconciliation, but also an important step in supporting the voices of our students who've taken the lead in this initiative. So again, this is very much about student voice, about the children in our board. The original proposal to change the name of RCS began as an initiative of some dedicated students several years ago. This initiative was fueled by the troubling connections between the school's namesake and Canada's residential school system. Their efforts reflect a recognition by students of the need for change, and as a community, we ought to listen and respond to their call. Recently, we had the privilege of welcoming an Inuit family at our school who had moved to Toronto. The family's father poignantly questioned why the name had not yet been addressed. This was a difficult moment, evoking feelings of embarrassment as we struggled to justify the continued use of a name associated with such painful history. It prompts us to reflect on the gravity of this situation. Why do we tolerate a name that embodies challenges for Indigenous community members? Egerton Ryerson is often honored for his leadership in establishing a public education system in Ontario that is accessible to students of all economic backgrounds. However, Ryerson did not intend the system to be accessible to people of all racial backgrounds. He made recommendations on policies developed by the federal government. To quote Gord Sly, a retired history teacher, department head, and volunteer president of the Frontenac County Schools Museum, which chronicles Ryerson's impact on Ontario education, Ryerson believed, and I quote, Indians should be schooled in separate denominational boarding, English only, and agriculturally oriented industrial institutions, end quote. He also spoke in favor of segregated schools for Black children. Ryerson is an important figure in Ontario and Canadian history, but his name does not need to be on a community school that serves a diverse population of students, some of whom experience his name as a painful reminder of the abuse and trauma inflicted on generations of Indigenous families and communities. The Truth and Reconciliation Commission report includes 94 calls to action. There is no one call to action that specifically addresses renaming public institutions, but the recommendations as a whole call for a new approach to education, truth-telling, relationship building among Indigenous and settler communities in Canada. Call to Action 63 under the Education for Reconciliation heading calls for building student capacity for intercultural understanding, empathy, and mutual respect. The discussion and community engagement to change the name of Ryerson Community School is not just about renaming a building, it's about affirming our commitment to allyship, understanding, and reconciliation. Beyond the historical significance, this offers a rare opportunity for our school's identity to better reflect the diverse and vibrant community it serves. By renaming our school, we can honor the experiences of those who have suffered due to systemic injustices and actively promote a culture of inclusivity and respect. We urge the school board to move forward with this proposal for the renaming process with the urgency it deserves. And I'll stop there. So I do, colleagues, encourage you to please vote in favor of this report. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Dawson. Trustee Didavitis.
I want to tackle the notion that you need to have historians as part of this. And I want to tackle it for a couple of different reasons. But I want to start, take a step back first. In the science of thought, in the analysis of how science makes decisions, one of the things that in the last 30 or so years we discovered is that scientists fall to the same fallacies that the general population does, even though they have PhDs. Paradigm shift, like Dr. Kuhn, is part of the conversation that we've had in science over this. The notion that you can call upon an expert that has invested 30 years or more of their life on a subject and expect them to come to a conclusion that requires them to negate their life work is a fallacy. It's a fallacy in science to fall to the conclusion that authority alone, the authority of someone with 30 years experience in a field, is the reason to take a position. Science is about making questions and not necessarily about answering them. The notion that a sociologist isn't able to make an analysis of a current social problem based on historical fact begs the question that maybe we don't understand what sociology is, if we say that. Sociology is the study of the material history in which we live, requires history. And I say this because when our students say that we need to catch up to them in terms of what they're demanding in terms of history, when we make changes to our grade 10 English course to allow for more First Nation and Indigenous culture and literature, and people push back on that, where would we benefit in just going simply to a historian and asking them for their opinion on it? Like, I don't know. I'm gonna go back to my own history. Grade 11 class, an amazing teacher. He asked for about 10 seconds if we were interested in learning about anything that wasn't Western in nature. I raised my hand. He ignored that, continued on. I didn't learn anything about Indigenous, First Nations people, about any of the history of any of the folks that were mentioned earlier by the associate director. I didn't learn anything about Indigenous history in this country until I was well into my 30s. So when we go back and we fix our curriculum to allow for that content to now be included so the next generation will know a better history, we're doing right by them, I think. When we change the name of buildings to catch up to our current set of values, to our current set of standards, and we rely on the expertise of the folks that have led the conversations on some of these issues, that to me is rigorous academically. We can try and hide behind the question about the historians, but really, we don't like the choice. We don't like the direction. We want to keep Johnny McDonald there. We want to keep the statue. Fine, then just say that. But I don't think we need to have a historian's perspective on that. And I don't think that there's academic rigor in demanding that someone whose life work depends on the continuation of that historical figure being on that shelf, on that book, or being on that building for us to be able to come to a decision. I just think that is not true science, not the true quest for knowledge that folks are demanding. I think we're just hiding behind the question. And that's my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee King.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Thank you, staff, for this report that represents the last leg in a process that has been very clearly outlined and followed. I have two schools in my ward that are named after very prominent Toronto women that have made a significant impact in this city. One is Ursula Franklin. She was an educator. She has a deep connection, 40 years long, to U of T. And she spoke and focused her work on the impacts of politics and social science on technology. The second one is Dr. Rita Cox, whose life has been devoted to literacy and to supporting the settlement of immigrants who came into Toronto, particularly in the Parkdale area. And she has decades-long work with the Toronto Public Library. I want to remind us about the opportunity that comes with this process. As Trustee DeVitas said, it's so much more than changing the sign or the name on a building. This is really, truly an exercise in community building. And it does not negate the opportunity to have those important discussions about the complex histories of Canadians that currently have their names on our buildings. When we went through the process of renaming Queen Victoria Public School to Dr. Rita Cox Kinnaminogak, the process generated about, I'm going to say 20 to 40. Superintendent Donsky is here and was part of that process, and she might have the number in her head, but I'm going to say 20 to 40 names were generated out of that process. There were names, of course, that were familiar to many of us. There were other names that were not familiar, and we had to look them up, and we had to find out who they were and what their contributions were and why they were significant to the group of people that were part of the consultation that generated those names. It was such a rich activity. We discovered activists, we discovered artists, we discovered that right in the neighborhood of Parkdale was the first Black man to have a medical degree in Canada. And he owned a home right on a corner that you can see from the school. And of course, we discovered Dr. Rita Cox, who is alive, who has been to the school, who has read for the kids. They get to see her and meet her and interact with her in their neighborhood. They get to walk down the street to the library where she has a collection of African and Caribbean books, one of the richest collections. And we have that gem right in our neighborhood. And they get to appreciate and be a part and recognize and celebrate and participate and learn from all of that experience. Along with her name, we had the opportunity to connect an Anishinaabe term. I'm sorry, I probably mispronounced that. It is what we now refer to as what we used to call Ojibwe language. Kinnaminogak means all grows well. That term came out of consultation with Indigenous community. They sat with us, they listened to the community talk about what the school was about, what the troubles we were going through, the challenges we were going through at that time. And they took that and they told us stories and they reflected back to us what they heard. And that's where that term came from, all grows well, because they heard about a community that was like gardeners, taking care of the people in that space, the children that are growing and learning and will flourish. I think it was perfect that I came after you, Trustee DeVitas, because you said so much of what I want to say. And it's that the people who are present today will be the history of tomorrow. So this is such an important process that our kids get to be proud to be a part of. I hope that students like the ones that wrote to you get to be a part of these processes and actually see the change and proudly know that they were part of the reconciliation, or what kids in my ward call reconciliation. So I just want to commend the work that's been done. I think this is such an important process. I think there's some really great points that have been raised. But I really want us to think not focusing on the deficit and the erasure that is felt, but really thinking about the enrichment and the assets and what's brought through this process for everybody in our school communities, and the unity that our director spoke about, that is derived again through a collective process of community building. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee King. We have Trustee Earhart, Trustee Arts, and then Trustee McLean. So Trustee Earhart first.
Thanks very much through the chair. First of all, I want to thank my trustee colleague, Trustee King, that expressed so beautifully, I think, why I am so honored to be a trustee for a community that will have the opportunity, if we vote in support of this tonight. Like Trustee King, I see nothing but opportunity here to add another layer onto our school stories, which is such a beautiful thing to provide this generation of children. We've spent so much time at this board, and I personally have also spent time advocating for modernizing our schools, for schools to meet the needs of the 21st century. I see naming as one of these components, a modest component with the potential for big impact in how we engage students in our schools. And so I'm very excited by it. I also want to note that I've just recently, it was brought to my attention that one of the schools in my community was renamed in 1924. It was Ashdale School, and it was renamed to Roden School. We are now in 2025. I can imagine that the initiatives we're undertaking now may be re-envisioned in 2075, in 2125. I hope those schools will have air conditioning when they're doing the re-envisioning. I believe this is like one part of the story. This isn't a referendum, an erasure of history. It's an addition, it's a layering, and with each step we learn. And I'm just really honored and excited to be able to be part of undertaking that work in community. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Trustee Earhart. Trustee Arts.
Thank you. I will cut out a lot of what I was going to say because my colleagues have said it much more eloquently than I can. But I do want to address something that actually does come up frequently at our board, and it's a disingenuous, especially sometimes with delegations, but it's a disingenuous concept called first principles, or going back to first principles. And it's a concept that has been used heavily in the political atmosphere in the US in the last couple of years. And it is the concept that we have to start from scratch, that all of the research that has been done before isn't good enough. We have to start from scratch. So it is the main narrative that is used by anti-vaxxers to combat all of the vaccine research. We need to go back to first principles and do it all again. We don't need to go back to first principles on the history. The history's been written. Since we had the GPC meeting, since this agenda was posted, I've easily been able to go back and pull up history books from U of T, from the U of T library on these things, and on the histories of these men that these schools were named after. And I will say that the historians that wrote to us missed a lot of things. So I knew all of the things that the historians wrote to us about. I didn't know that John A. Macdonald made homosexuality a criminal offense, punishable by death, when he first introduced it. Thankfully, Canada rolled back the punishable by death part, but that legislation stood for 100 years. Egerton Ryerson, when he designed the common school system, designed industrial schools as part of that. Indigenous schools, the Indian schools that he recommended were based on those original industrial schools. Those industrial schools were meant for the vagrantly poor, as he described it, was his wording, and the disabled children. He did not consider them equal. He considered that they would be cogs in the wheel of a machine, building Canada. But the schools he designed for them, these industrial schools, were 8 to 12 hours a day of hard labor with heavy religious instruction. Specifically in his legislation that he wrote, he did not consider that they would have access or much time for academic instruction. So it wasn't just about Indian children. He did not believe that all children had, he wanted a school system that they didn't have to pay for, but he did not believe that everybody had equal access or should have equal access to the same opportunities. His legislation allowed for racially segregated schools. And as the first superintendent of education, he oversaw the establishment of school boards and racially segregated schools, which persisted in Ontario until 1965, which is 10 years longer than in the US. So he designed an education system. Yes, it was meant to be free for everybody, but no, it wasn't equal. So as Trustee Earhart pointed out earlier, the history is not on referendum here. We know the history. We know the impact. That's not the point. The point is that this has had significant negative impact that we are still dealing with. The Indian Act is actually still in place. It actually still suppresses Indigenous peoples in this country. And as Trustee King pointed out, this consultation process that we're going to allow these school communities to go through, we've already done this twice since I've been a trustee in the board, one with the Rita Cox School and the other with Taylor Creek. And in both cases, it was a beautiful, holistic opportunity for the community to come together and decide on what they wanted to name the school. They got to engage in visioning, what their priorities were, reflect on the things that were important to them, and come up with a new name. It's a fantastic source of pride for those schools that can help undo the atrocities that were committed, in the past. And, my last piece, one of the rebuttals is that, well, these men were a product of their times. The things that John A. Macdonald did were actually morally reprehensible in his day and age and illegal. It's not about the timing or the judgment now. We have an opportunity to let communities go out and do this for themselves and fix this.
Thank you, Trustee Arts. Trustee McLean.
Thank you, and through the chair. This is a slippery slope at best. It's always going to be taking a lens and looking and try to analyze any person's life, hundreds of years after, and try to figure out, did they meet our standard, is always going to be tricky, and it's going to be more tricky going forward. But these three individuals were public servants who have their positions clearly labeled in public. There are public documents, so we know the facts here. That being said, I do think that I would respectfully recommend to the committee that having an historian on the committee going forward wouldn't be a bad idea. That being said, for me, this isn't about weighing good versus the potentially flawed aspects to any particular person's life or public record. It's simpler for me than that. It's in 2025, we get to decide who we honor, who we get to put their names on public buildings, who we tell our society that these are the people that we're going to honor going forward. Okay. I have difficulty with the notion that students or families living of African descent who happen to live in the catchment area of Dundas Junior Public School, that they, just by where they live, that they should be required to go to a school that would be a constant reminder of something that will be difficult for them to embrace. We know more than, it wasn't that long ago that the horrors of residential schools was a theory. And it was quite honestly too horrific for us to accept. So to a large degree, we ignored. And then we found graves, and then we found burial sites, and we're past that. We've moved on. So I can't fathom the concept that children and families who self-identify as Indigenous, simply because where they live, they should have to go into public buildings that honor Sir John A. Macdonald and Edgar Ryerson. Like, it's beyond the point where that's a reasonable expectation for us. I'm not sure how the people's names on public sites going forward is going to be difficult. I understand how the New York system gets around PS 132. I understand the merits behind that and the lack of pitfalls that would be associated with that. But I can't in good conscience send students into public buildings that I have the reasonable expectation that is going to be just the presence of they have to put their names on the t-shirts. They have to wear that name going forward. Like, I'm not prepared to do that. So I'll be voting in favor of the recommendation.
Any other trustees to speak on this item?
Go ahead, trustee.
Thank you, Trustee Patel. I'll be brief. I hope I can be brief. I think most of the trustees have clearly explained why this is critical. And I'll take it from Trustee McLean's last point, where people who have been harmed having to expect to go into those spaces is one thing that is very important for us to consider. But we also want others who are not harmed to learn. And the only way they would learn is through this discourse around some of the past that has, often hidden, often glorified, often dismissed, often gaslighted. We know that today, if one of the schools that are named after somebody that we find down the road 20, 30 years later that they were either a child abuser or something like that on an individual, we will quickly remove those names. Why do we feel that somebody structurally harmed hundreds, if not thousands of children deserve to have a name on a school? And it's important for us to contextualize the harm, because sometimes we, in a contemporary world, we would realize a child abuse situation or something like that as something grave. But we need to be able to contextualize the harm. The structural harm that has continued centuries after century, even today, the legacies of this harm has been felt and will be continued to be felt. So I do think it is as an educational institution. I know there are streets, there are highways and other things. As an educational institution, what is our commitment? What is our true commitment to learning and unlearning? And this is the greatest way to show that we are able to look at, and the histories, unfortunately, have been glorifying individuals. The real history has to be community building. The real history has to be about communities that endured those violences and how they resisted those violences, and that can only be taught by actually reframing how we glorify people that have structurally and institutionally harmed communities. And this is going to be an evolving process, as Trustee McLean mentioned. And I do think there's no debate around these things. It's found to be true. The debate usually is about, is it really harmful? Is it really a big deal? The people who are privileged don't get to decide that. And I think we hear that over and over again. People who have a lot of privilege start to, and today, after this speech, I'm sure the racialized trustees will be questioned about our commitment to this country, whereas non-racialized trustees will not be asked about that. And that is the kind of world that we are living in. So let's be real. And I think we risk that. And I'm glad that many trustees who are non-racialized have stood up and as true allies, stood up in front of us to say that enough is enough, we need to shift. So thank you very much. Let's move forward and let's make sure that this kind of, as the largest school board, starts to reflect what happens across the country. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Sean. I'll pass back the chair.
Can I have a mover and a seconder? Yes, Trustee McLean, Trustee King. We go into East, right? Sean in favor.
Against.
In favor. Thank you. Trustee Laskin.
Wondering, given the time, if we can consider reordering the agenda to ensure we get to the items that are time sensitive. And I would suggest, obviously, it's up to the board, but I would suggest the motion that you wanted to raise on the first quarter interim financial report, because it has to do with the election. That's a week tomorrow. And the community use of schools permit fees and cost recovery, because there is a recommendation that's meant to start in April. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. So the recommendation is to move 14.22 next and then 14.45 after that, and then follow the order. This is I was checking with governance to see if changes to agenda need 2/3, but I hear from governance that it is, from Ms. Joseph Dawes, that it is silent on bylaws. So we'll ask for all those in favor of the changes. Okay. Anyone opposed? Okay, seeing none, I think that is carried. So we will move on to 14.22. We can make this quick. I'll pass the chair to, are you going to speak on this too? I'll pass the chair to Vice Chair Patel.
Thank you, Chair Sean. Go ahead.
So I guess we'll first have to move the item and then the thing. So 14.2, you want to move the item first? 14.22. It's business hours.
Who is it? 14.2. All right, trustees, can I have a mover and seconder for 14.2?
Presentation in the interest of time. I'm prepared to move.
Trustee Arhad, I need a seconder. Trustee Dawson. Arhad.
Trustee Arhad and Trustee Dawson. Do we need to describe? We can just show of hands.
Show of hands is fine. $14.2. 14.22, Trustee McLean. 14.22.
Okay, we already voted.
2.2. We're talking right now on 2.2. Putting a motion on that. Thank you. Anybody against? Seeing, hearing none. Did it carry? Thank you.
Business, all right.
All right. There's a business arising, and go ahead, Trustee Shen.
Thank you, Vice Chair Patel. I have a business arising motion. This is, as we have conversation around the provincial election, obviously there is, as you know, we've been struggling over the past many years with chronic underfunding to public education. And it is usually we tend to limit our ask to what the shortfall is and how do we manage to get a balanced budget as opposed to trying to address the core issue of chronic underfunding. So this motion basically asks that we ask all political parties out there, the 4 major political party leaders, to stand up against chronic underfunding and to invest the necessary resources. And $1,500 is what we came through CCPA. The Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives have suggested that if you kept with inflation, for this year we would have had we would be underfunded by at least $1,500 per student. So we have close to 239,000 students. So you can do the math, 1,500 per student, and what that means. So the communication that we want to send out to all parties is to say that we would like you to consider fixing this chronic underfunding by fixing it right away. And then obviously, if they keep up with inflation, we would be able to do more, as opposed to trying to address it piece by piece for different pieces that we've been dealing with. So hopefully, and I think one of the other things we will do as part of this advocacy is to say what this would mean to schools, what this would mean to our systems, and people can vision an education system where $1,500 per student in a school with 100 students would be able to envision what that would mean in their own local schools as well. So hope we can get your support. I don't want to talk too long on this because we have a number of other items, and I'll stop with that. And I don't know if Trustee Patel wants to add anything. If not,
I'm fine, Chair Shan. Thank you very much. And we do have a speakers list on this. Trustee Laskin?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'm very supportive. I'm just wondering to make sure in the explanation that you're really clear about the figure, because some of the political parties, well, one in particular, always shoots back about the amount of money that's been provided. And I think it's really clear to quote where that figure came from, because it's not in dispute. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Trustee Laskin. Trustee Lee?
Mr. Chair, I really do want to thank Chair Shan and Vice Chair Patel for moving this motion. I think it is important for us to make it very clear to everyone from our community to every level of government that the funding that we receive per student is not adequate, and it is less than what it was before when we account for the realities of inflation. There has been a lot of narratives flowing around that says education expense as a whole has been improved by X number of $1 million every year. And that is supposed to demonstrate that we're getting more funding. But I think the public doesn't have enough information to do the math to understand what it actually means. And I hope when we write the letter, we will make it plainly require that adjusted for inflation, what number per student will be we need to be at the same level 10 years ago. What are we actually getting now? And that has to be the fundamentals of calculation, conversation. Let's not make the public do math on their own. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Lee. Trustee Arts?
Just a quick request that you copy UPSPA so that the letter can be shared with all the other school boards in Ontario, please. I won't make it as a motion. I think if you could just do that, that would be great.
Thank you, Trustee Arts. Anyone else? Trustees online? Can you open the vote, please?
Trustees Kannaraja in favor.
All right, we'll do so offense. And I think
Shan in favor.
Patel in favor. Favor. Favor.
Trustee Hastings.
Trustee Hartman,
Trustee Hastings. No, Trustee Hastings.
Trustee Hastings voted against.
Against?
Against.
Yeah, we'll just.
All right, it has carried.
Okay.
Thank you, trustees. Thank you, Trustee Shan. It's back chair to you.
Thank you. Trustees, before we go to the second item that Trustee Laskin had asked to move in the agenda, I want to ask trustees if it's okay to have 14.31, which is the referral of the recommendation from the UICAC. If everybody gives a unanimous consent, we can move that along as the staff, as a committee recommendation that's referred to staff, if everybody's okay with that. Is that good? All those in favor? A mover and a seconder. So I'll, Trustee Dawson, Trustee Gauss seconded. All those in favor? Anyone opposed? Yeah. Yeah. So that's carried. Thank you. I also want to ask about two other items, trustees. If you have, I know Math Achievement Action Plan was also held to speak about it, but at some point that could be passed if, and also the Business Arising Response to Ministries allocation of capital. So the trustees who wish to just go ahead, Trustee Laskin.
The reason why some of these items were held so they could be presented, if it's not time sensitive, I would prefer that the math report get presented publicly at some point.
Okay, so you want to hold that item for now?
Well, I only moved the two items, Mr. Chair. I don't know why you're inserting the other items now.
No, I'm not inserting the other items, Trustee Laskin. I'm asking if there are consent to pass those items if people have. So if not, we will move on to the other items. Trustee Laskin, there's 5 minutes left for 11 o'clock. So I'm trying to move items if people would like to move those items along. That was the purpose.
Ordering the agenda then, Mr. Chair.
So we'll now move on to the next item that's on the agenda in the reordered way. It's the community use of schools permit fees and cost recovery.
Sorry, Mr. Chair. I put the 14.1 out of consent agenda. Why is not discussed?
Trustee Pei, I think you missed that we reordered the agenda and the trustees voted on it.
So where is it? What's the number on that?
It'll be after this item.
After mess action?
After the community use of school permit fees. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Director, is anyone speaking on this?
Thank you, and through you, Chair. I'm calling Executive Officer Maya Bichetti to speak to this item.
Mr. Chair, can I move to extend the time now so we don't interrupt the presentation?
Seconded by how many minutes, Trustee Laskin?
By 30 minutes.
Okay, still 11:30. Seconded by Trustee Ditavides. All those in favor? Anyone opposed? Okay, so 3, 4.
Trustee Gauss, Trustee Wright.
Okay. Opposed. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a simple. Okay, we will, it's extended to 11:30. Please go ahead with the presentation.
Thank you and good evening, trustees. The report before you was presented at the February 12th Planning and Priorities Committee. The report has 4 recommendations intended to address the board's budget pressure associated with permit fees while recognizing the importance of community use of schools. The 4 following recommendations are detailed in the report. A commitment to undertake 2 annual fiscal reviews, one in January 2026 and the next in January 2027, to ensure the board's fee strategy aligns with its financial objectives and cost recovery targets. This fiscal review is intended to build public confidence by sharing information and data for any possible future adjustments needed to achieve cost recovery. The second recommendation is the implementation of 4 pool fee increases starting in March 2025, which would be applied to April 1st bookings, then followed every 6 months with the next increase planned, or rather with the last increase planned for implementation September 2026. The intent is to bring the TDSB's pool permit fee in alignment with other organizations such as the TCDSB and the city, with a fee of approximately $109 per hour. The 6-month intervals between the increases align with the majority of pool permit holders' program start dates. If approved to start in March, the 4 increases would result in approximately $1.5 million in annual revenue starting in 26-27. The third recommendation is to increase the permit fees by 10% starting in March 2025. Please note again, this would be applied for any bookings starting in April 1st, 2025. The 10% permit fee revenue will result in $750,000 of revenue in 25-26. And as you'll note in the report, we add another measure, which is effective September 2025. The weekend fees will be shown in 2 parts to better evaluate cost recovery for each component. That is the base rental fee, which will now be uniform across every day of the week, and the remaining amount will be the amount that is considered the caretaking amount. No additional fee increases will occur in September except for CPI. It is important to note that by showing a uniform facility permit fee for each day of the week, it will simplify the fee structure and make rates more transparent and reflective of incremental costs. The final recommendation is to create a new subsidy permit rate, Category A, which would be the highest subsidy rate of 80% for the Local Neighborhood Support Program, LNSP permits. This new rate would be applied to any new LNSP permits starting in March. However, all existing LNSP permits would not see a change until September 2025. In conclusion, these recommendations, starting in March 2025, effective April 1st, would generate approximately $2.45 million of annual revenue upon full implementation in September 2026. And it would be an important step towards establishing a cost recovery model for community use of schools. In the future, a model for ancillary cost recovery, such as non-scheduled caretaking costs on weekends, will need to be addressed, and this will be considered as part of the fiscal review model noted in recommendation number 1. Thank you very much. I am joined online by staff, and we'd be happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Trustee Laskin.
Mr. Chair, just to confirm, because we talked about revenue generating, but the reason why we're doing this is not to generate revenue, correct? The reason why we're doing this is to get closer to what the board actual policy is, and that's that it should be cost neutral. So I'd just like staff to confirm, when using the term revenue generating, it's not that we're actually generating additional revenue for this. These programs are operating at a deficit. So to change in some of the structure of the fees, it's simply to reduce the deficit to get closer to the cost recovery model. I just like that to be clear for anybody that's still listening to us. We are not using permits as a revenue generating tool. through you, Mr. Chair, to staff, if they could just confirm that.
Thank you. And through the chair, yes, I will confirm that. And one of the points of the fiscal review that would come in January 2026 and again in January 2027 is that we do want to be very clear and demonstrate that we are not profiting from the permits, community use of school permits. And that's why we want to do these more detailed reviews and bring that information back to the board.
Thank you very much. My second question is, anytime we increase fees for community, I know it's problematic for community. Can you tell me, please, through you, Mr. Chair, to staff, is the community aware of these potential increases?
Thank you. And through the chair, the community is aware of these increases. We did send several messages out to all our permit holders, starting in the fall of 2024. And at that time, we advised permit holders that the permit increases would start actually in January 2025. So it has been a discussion point. It has been communicated. It's been a discussion point at both our Community Use of Schools Community Advisory Committee, known as CUSAC, as well as our permit holders.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Another question for staff. I know it's our policy to be cost recovery, but that was a number of years ago. Since then, we have had an Auditor General report that had a recommendation in it. We also, as I understand it, staff has received communication from the ministry. Are we doing this to abide by the through you, Mr. Chair, to staff? Are staff recommending this to abide by the ministry directive and/or the Auditor General report, or to actually follow the board policy? Through you, Mr. Chair, to staff.
Thank you. And through the chair, I would say all of the above. So we do have a board policy, which we have to adhere to, and we haven't been adhering to. We also, through our deficit recovery plan, from the letter from the ministry, they indicated that we should work towards cost recovery for anything that is outside of K-12. And although some may argue that permit fees do support a lot of our students, they would have said that this would be one of the areas that they would expect cost recovery. And we also saw that in the Auditor General report with the same message. So it would be all three of them that would be the reason that you're seeing this here today.
Thank you very much again, through you, Mr. Chair. Now I'd like to just make a comment. I was really upset when an increase in permit fees was thrown to trustees through the budget process. I didn't think it was fair to community at all that we would be doing something budget related without conversation and working with community in terms of getting their advice and support. I was grateful that staff took it very seriously, had the working group together, tried to involve community as much as possible. I still, if I ruled the world, would be opening our schools for community use because I think it's really important that these public assets are used for community. But when I think of that $1.5 million or even a couple $100,000 that we could reduce our deficit by, I'm not necessarily thinking about zero-based budgeting here. I'm thinking about vice principals and education workers and some central staff to support literacy and math achievement. And that has to be my priority moving forward. So I do support this, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Laskin. Trustee Arts?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. I'm just wondering if staff could indulge me and provide a further explanation of one aspect of the recommendations. So it says implement a 10% brackets recommended or a 7.5% fee increase starting March 2025 for each permit category as phase 1. And that 10% versus 7.5% is referenced a couple of times, and it's in the lovely detailed charts that staff provided. But why are there two numbers? The 10% versus the 7.5. What is the difference? What is the difference in impact of those two numbers? Why are both numbers there? If the 10% is the recommended, why is the 7.5 there? Like, if you could elaborate more on the thinking and what you want us to do with that information.
Thank you. And through the chair, we actually provided two numbers somewhat on the advice of our working permit group. And you did hear from co-chair Judy Gagaro, who came and spoke about the report. So it was provided to simply offer an alternative. However, staff do recommend the 10%. If trustees did not want the 10%, but wanted to go to the 7.5% permit fee increase, first of all, when you look at the permit rate chart, which is in Appendix G, it's actually not a significant change per hour for the permit rates. And all it would do is reduce the overall amount that we're able to generate by the end of 2026. So we have always thought that the 10% was where we should go. And in fact, even early in the fall, we had brought that idea forward, but in listening to CUSAC, we felt it was fair to reflect their comment to us and provide the 7.5 as well.
Thank you, Trustee Arts. Any other trustees? Trustee Erhard? You I think Trustee Arts, you're wrapped up, right? Yeah, okay. Trustee Erhard?
Yes, thank you. Through the chair, I'm the co-chair of the Community Schools Community Advisory Committee, and I do want to thank staff for the collaborative and intense work with the committee and the permit fees working group, and for the genuine work to reflect concerns throughout. I also feel like I do not like that this is something that is moving forward, but I accept that under the circumstances that increases would need to move forward. But I hope that I will be a trustee at a time where we can expand and support in tangible ways in this province, community use of schools, including through increased subsidies that would greatly benefit our many communities across the city. I will leave it at that. And I do have amendments to propose to this recommendation. I have two proposed additions, and I would invite other trustees to build from that. It would be 5 and 6 here that I would seek to move alongside the staff recommendation. And I would be seeking a seconder. So the 5 is that the CUSAC, the Community Use of Schools Community Advisory Committee, continue to be engaged in discussions through the fees working group on permit changes under consideration for fall 2025 and beyond. That would simply continue the collaborative relationship into the fall that has taken place to date. And then what is there is number 6, that as part of pool fee increases to align with pool permit fees observed citywide, which is directly referenced in the report as one of the motivations for aligning pool fees and the pool fee increases, that the director explore how to improve the quality of experience for those permitting TDSB pools, including increasing pool temperatures in consultation with TDSB pool permit holders, and update the board on efforts as part of future updates on permits or pools. And so this would give staff some flexibility in terms of how this update comes back to us. I would note for trustees not familiar with the procedure that outlines pool temperatures, that for quite some decades, the pool temperature in TDSB pools is cooler by TDSB procedure than the city pools. And ask me how I know this. Prior to becoming a trustee, I was an advocate to increase pool temperatures in city community centers co-located in TDSB schools. This has been a personal passion project of mine, and I was delighted to hear it reiterated across numerous pool users across the committee. There are, of course, many other things that can be explored through this, but this is one that the committee overwhelmingly feels that if we are increasing pool costs, pool permitting costs to align with comparator schools or the city, that we should also look at what our offering is in a modest way, this being one that has been a longstanding concern. And so those 2 items I would respectfully ask be considered for addition with any recommendations to fees that are being considered alongside, and I'd be grateful for a seconder. Thank you.
Trustee Laskin said she's second.
So number 2, I had put together 1 to 4 to sort of support us as we contemplate this. What had been on the screen prior was that we accept staff recommendations in the report. I do have time. I will ask a clarifying question. If we accept the recommendations as outlined in the staff report, these would apply April. My understanding is they would be April throughout, and 10% for proposed increases to facility permit fee. Would they be applying to new bookings only? And could staff clarify what new bookings only would mean, considering that I do believe there are some that have already booked into as far as June? And thank you.
Thank you. And through the chair, I will begin that response, but I will turn it over to our facility coordinator manager. I believe she is online, Ugoma Ikinau. But to begin with, we are currently or soon will be booking permits for the remaining spring season, so April to June 16th. So the 10% would be applied to those bookings. Yes, there are a few permit holders that have bookings where they prepaid for the entire year. And as we noted in the report, we would open discussions with them and, see what we can do to ease that change if they have challenges meeting that change. And also, just as a reminder, only for new LNSP permits would we apply the new A category rate. All existing LNSP permits would remain at the current rate until September 2025.
Okay.
And sorry, I'm just checking with Ugoma in case I missed anything.
No, yes, I'm here. Thank you so much, Maya. Thank you, Stacy. Good evening, Director. Good evening, senior staff. And through you, Mr. Chair, I just wanted to respond to say that this increase would apply only to the new bookings. That's the bookings from April 1st. We have a few clients that have been charged, and this is because most of them, I think we have around 20 to 25, they paid with a check. We normally receive our payments through credit card, so we charge monthly. So a majority of our permits have not paid for April, but we have a handful of those that paid by money order and those that paid by check, one lump sum. So because we've already contacted them and we told them we will take the payment, however, the adjustments will be made on those payments that they have made. But for every other client, because we do charge monthly, the new fees would apply from April 1st. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. This has been helpful. And through the chair, I think in that case, what I would propose is going back to the screen of that the staff with the staff recommendations, and I would propose to move two additions as amendments by way of amendment to the staff recommendation, which would be what was on the previous screen, item 5 and item 6. And so I have emailed those separately as two separate considerations, and we can move an amendment. I would like to move an amendment for that addition and would be looking for a seconder. Thank you. Okay. That community use of schools community advisory committee continue to be consulted through the pool permit fees working group, and that given we are increasing pool permit fees, that we also look at an increase in the experience with explicit reference to pool temperatures to be up to and an update provided to board through either pool or permits reporting moving forward. Thank you.
Thanks, Trustee Erhard. So just to clarify, number 5 and 6 are your amendments to the staff report. So here we have that. Is anybody seconding this before we go to questions? Trustee Laskin seconding it. Questions to the mover of the amendment. This is a new list just on the amendment right now. Does anybody have any questions on the amendment? Okay, seeing none, we have a mover and a seconder for this, so we'll vote on this. Mover is Trustee Erhard, seconded by Trustee Laskin. Show of hands, it's fine. Yeah, all those in favor? Anyone opposed? Okay, that's carried. Thank you. Now we have back to the full motion. Anyone else who wish to talk on the full report? Trustees online? Okay, so now we'll be on. Can I have somebody to move this? Trustee Goss, are you moving it? Trustee Goss, or no? Sorry. Okay. Can I have a mover or a seconder for this? Trustee Arts moving it, seconded by Trustee Rajwani. Okay. Yeah. It's on e-scribe, please. Or on e-scribe or call out your vote. Full. It's the full, it's a staff recommendation plus 5 to 6. Yeah. I saw the e-scribe.
What? All right.
Rajwani. Trustee Pay. Thank you. We'll now move on to 14.2, number 1, contract awards. Trustee Pay, We are on the item 14.21.
Yes.
Can we move, yours is a business arising? That-
Yeah. He recommended that it.
Oh, yeah, he's-
added to the GPC.
Sorry. So we are now on 14.21. Is anybody wish to speak on this item? Okay, trustee Laskin moving it, seconded by trustee McLean. Any discussion on this? Seeing none, all those in favor? Anyone opposed? That's carried. Yeah, this is your business, right? Do you have a motion to move now, trustee Pei? You were asking about this item.
Yeah, because I want to talk about this item first. I want to talk about the item first. Discuss the item. Sorry, why just move? I don't understand this. Consent agenda, I want to have discussion.
Trustee Pei, I told about the item 2-3 times. You can still, I thought you have a motion to add to this, right? You can move the motion and talk about it. That's fine. Yeah. You have a business arising. You have a business. Yeah. This business arising, so no, that's passed. We moved the.
Should we go through?
Trustees, we already moved and seconded this item. Trustee Laskin and trustee McLean, all those in favor was passed. And then now the business arising. Trustee Pei, do you wish to introduce your business arising motion?
Yes, I do. Where's my?
Do you have a seconder for that?
Trustee
Trustee Hastings, okay. All right, now you can speak or ask questions related to your motion.
Oh, okay. Mr. Chair, I want to ask, staff regarding the FBAC meeting for the contract on Appendix B. That's regarding, Harron's consulting company with $200,000 for 5 indigenous officers. I don't have the report with me. I don't know if.
So through the chair, I can speak to this. I think I can understand your confusion. So the policy says that if it's a consulting firm, it needs a board approval for over $50,000.
Yeah.
But this is not a consultant. This is an executive search firm. So therefore it would follow the other parts of the policy. It's a $200,000, up to $200,000 contract, which means that it would fall under the approval needed would be the committee, which happened at committee. So I think the differentiation is what is the definition of a consultant, and this search firm would not be a consultant.
So the search firm is more like a good and service?
Yeah, through the chair, it would be a service that they're providing us. They're helping us to do executive recruiting.
Okay, I have a question through Ms. Chair. So why we need a hire search firm to do this kind of,
Trustee
hiring?
Pei,
Huh?
trustee Pei,
Okay,
you have to ask questions related to what you're trying to move here,
okay.
as opposed to questions related to what just passed already.
Okay, you know
Can
what?
use that as an
Yeah,
example.
for sure, okay.
Use it as an example.
Yeah,
and answer.
because I use the example because this contract is so sourced, it's so sourced contract, right? So I want to understand what's the rationale, the board really based on to select sole sourced contract. I really have issue with the sole source contract. Why is we have sole source contract? What's rationale for that?
Thank you. And through the chair, there are multiple reasons why we would use a sole source. They are defined under broader public sector procurement guidelines, but it would be examples would include emergencies, or if they are the only person that are able to do it, or sometimes if we have a contract, an existing contract, and then we would add on to that contract. So there is a very rigorous process that we go through as a board that follows broader public sector procurement, the broader public sector procurement directive. So those are just some examples, but we can provide more information when we bring this to the GPC. The policy is going to GPC next Wednesday for approval, so we'd be happy to provide more information at that time.
So, okay, just want to have some clarifications through you, Mr. Chair, to the staff. So there's going to be a GPC policy report regarding the procurement?
Through the chair, that's correct. It is coming, it's phase 5, so it's final approval of the policy, and it's on Wednesday, February 26th.
Okay, so through you, Mr. Chair, so for that policy, that's also include the item regarding sole source contract, right?
Through the chair, it would include any kind of procurement, and sole source is one of the methods that we use. That's correct.
Okay. I think if that's the case, Mr. Chair, can I move my motion to GPC for?
You can always ask for referral to GPC.
Yeah. Okay. Can I refer my motion to
I want to
GPC?
ask, since you're moving it, can I ask someone else to move referral of this motion to GPC? Okay. Trustee McLean,
I'll second it.
seconded by Trustee Patel. All those in favor of moving this one to GPC? Okay. Thank you. Anyone opposed? Okay, that's carried.
Hold on.
Sorry.
Hold
Yeah.
on.
Sorry? Okay, all those in favor of referring this motion to GPC? Okay, those opposed?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Can you able to do a describe?
Yeah.
Okay, so you're voting on referring this item to GPC if you vote yes. Trustee Arts? Trustee Arts not in favor? Trustee Erhard? We are to move this motion to GPC. Not in favor? Trustee Hastings in favor? Trustee Lee in favor? Trustee King against? Trustee Nanziara? In favor? Yeah, she left. Trustee Lee in favor? Trustee Erhard against? Referral carried. Okay. All right, it's 11:30. You need 2/3 to extend. So we're gonna have to, does anybody wish to move to extend? Okay. No one's moving. So all the items that are not discussed will be moved to the next. Can I? There is a TLC private matter, but if there's no more, not TLC, sorry, IC.
Yeah.
I see.
It is time sensitive, but we will need first to have a motion to extend. Okay. Extend to 5 minutes, Trustee Laskin, Trustee Dawson, all those in favor? Anyone opposed? Okay. Can I have a mover to move into private? Trustee Laskin, seconded by trustee Lee. All those in favor in going in camera?
Copies of the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act, and also the Truth and Reconciliation Commission Calls of Canada Calls to Action. If anyone would like to take copies just for our upcoming board meetings, I would be happy to hand them out. Thank you.
Okay,